Good afternoon, everyone. We're bringing this to order, the budget hearings for today. I'm Delegate Stephanie Smith, Chair, here with my Vice Chair, Delegate Sarah Wollick, and we are also we're being graced by the presence of the Chair of Appropriations, Ben Barnes. So just bringing us to order here. Just as a review for the audience, we will be beginning with Maryland Public Television, followed by the Higher Education Review, and then concluding with the Governor's Office of Children. And so without further ado, we'll hear from our budget analyst, Catherine Barber.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Catherine Barber, and today I'll be presenting the DLS budget analysis for the Maryland Public Broadcasting Commission. MPBC's fiscal 27 allowance totals $48.4 million, which is an increase of about $3.2 million or 7% from fiscal 26. I want to start with a brief update about the impact of federal rescissions on MPBC. The Federal Rescissions Act of 2025 reduced $1.1 billion for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, or CPB, in federal fiscal 26 and 27. After 58 years, the CPB announced in January 2026 that its board had voted to dissolve the organization. Historically, Maryland Public Television has relied on CPB grant dollars for roughly 8% of its budget, or nearly $3.5 million. Because the state fiscal year runs from July 1st to June 30th, MPT will ultimately receive about 25% of its expected amount for fiscal 26 and nothing for fiscal 27. Chapter 816 of 2017 requires the governor to annually appropriate general funds to offset any decline in CPB revenue in the second preceding fiscal year by supplementing the budget with the difference between actual and budgeted special funds. Because the actual CPB grant amount in fiscal 25 was larger than the amount budgeted in that year, the governor is not required to provide a supplement in the fiscal 27 budget. However, because the governor budgeted $3.5 million for the CPB grant that was rescinded in fiscal 26, MPBC will see a significant general fund supplement reflected in the fiscal 28 budget. Moving on to the rest of the budget, looking at Exhibit 1 on page 3, you'll see a breakdown of the $48.4 million allowance, with personnel accounting for nearly half of all spending. The major changes from fiscal 26 to 27 are shown in Exhibit 2 on pages 4 and 5. The biggest net increases are related to personnel and contracts with on-air and production talent. Together, these areas increased by $2.2 million. One small but notable decrease in the allowance is a $72,000 reduction in subscription costs after PBS's Board of Directors voted to reduce member station dues following federal cuts. There's more detail on personnel on pages 5 and 6. The fiscal 27 allowance includes 151 regular positions and 10.1 contractual positions, which is nearly double the number of contractual staff in fiscal 26. The new contractual staff will support operations for the Maryland Center for Media Literacy. The key observation section begins on page 6 with the discussion of Maryland Public Television memberships. As shown in Exhibit 3, MPT reported $9 million in contributions in fiscal 25, which is an 11% increase from the previous year. Similarly, memberships increased by 2.3% to 71,000. MPT attributes the increase in memberships and contributions to public support following federal funding cuts, but the agency anticipates the growth will be temporary. Exhibit 4 on page 7 shows MPT original programming. The number of original programs decreased by 2.5%, but total production hours increased by 14.3%. The increase in production hours despite fewer original programs is due to a shift from producing 30-minute programs to 1-hour programs. On page 8, Exhibit 5 shows viewership trends over 5 years. Total viewership increased by nearly 50% to 1.6 million viewers in fiscal 25. It's unclear whether viewership will continue at this level or how much can be attributed to short-term support in response to the federal political climate. The final key observation regards findings in an October 2024 fiscal compliance audit that were not initially addressed. The audit's 6 findings are listed on page 9. OLA determined that MPBC did not establish formal policies for the revenue-generating activities of its affiliated foundation. OLA also disclosed that MPBC could not provide documented guidelines for revenue management, the rates charged for program underwriting and sponsorship, or the disclosure of board members' conflicts of interest. According to OLA, MPBC has failed to provide documentation of its review and monitoring activities during the two most recent fiscal compliance audits. As a result, language in the fiscal 26 budget bill restricted $100,000 in general funds pending a report from MPBC on the status of corrective actions. In its JCR submission, MPBC described its revised policies and new tracking systems to improve transparency and documentation in response to the audit findings. DLS determined the report to be in compliance with the language and recommends the release of $100,000 in withheld general funds. DLS will process a letter to this effect if no objections are raised by the committees. You can find DLS's recommended action related to the fiscal 27 allowance on page 11. DLS concurs with the governor's allowance, and that concludes my presentation. I can take any questions now.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barber. Are there any questions for the budget analyst? Seeing none, we will now bring forth the MPT panel led by Stephen Shupik, President and CEO. And this is your first time before us as President and CEO, so great to see you. And introduce your panel, please.
I begin with a thank you to this subcommittee and the entire legislature for allowing MPT to continue its educational services and outreach for its 59th year. We used to be solely television and now find MPT on nearly every media platform, mobile device, social media site, and Maryland classroom. We are still pursuing an educational mission that is unique in Maryland. While our communities drown in often untrustworthy content, MPT stands alone with our statewide ethic of integrity, service, and an impressive 6-year track record. It was MPT that most recently brought Ken Burns' The American Revolution to Free State viewers and all classrooms in the state. If not MPT, who would have done it? It was MPT that produced Becoming Thurgood Marshall, now a PBS national hit that raised awareness of this Marylander of distinction and Supreme Court justice. Without MPT, no Thurgood, nor the Tubman and Douglas programs that preceded it. This past year, MPT floated above the entire state with special cameras to produce our first IMAX film, Maryland by Air, narrated by Cal Ripken Jr. In partnership with DNR, the Maryland Science Center, and the University of Maryland, this film will play for 10 years at theaters and on MPT. Who else, if not for our passion for spectacular stories, who else would have done this popular aerial love letter to our state? The Maryland Center for Media Literacy and Education at MPT is our newest division, now giving Marylanders the tools they need to make good media choices, avoid scams and bullying, so our citizens can navigate a confusing and sometimes dangerous media landscape. Our Maryland State Ad Agency is already helping numerous state agencies get the messages out to the public on critical issues. We have been credited with helping lower opioid-related deaths in the state. We helped hire more Maryland state troopers and frame Maryland's semi-quincentennial. If not MPT, then who? I'll close by conveying the thanks of the MPT team and inviting you to watch this short video that demonstrates how the funding that you provide allows us to serve Maryland citizens statewide, because if we don't do it, nobody else will.
When we leave the ground, it's an unbelievable feeling.
This is where he cemented his celebrity.
All right, track is going hot.
Now a big fan finish for the CIAA basketball tournament.
There you go.
It ended up being something more than I could even imagine.
MPT, serving Maryland and beyond.
With groundbreaking national documentaries,
Eye-catching regional programs,
and lively local events,
with news that affects your life,
and stories that impact your community.
A key difference about MPT's public affairs coverage is that we provide a platform for elected officials to be heard in their own voice, a chance for a more thoughtful discussion, a deeper discourse on the issues.
MPT Center for Maryland History Films brings significant people, places, and events to life through world-class storytelling. A Nation Begins, the Maryland State House at 250, is a tribute to American history as told through the oldest state capitol in continuous use. From the ratification of the Treaty of Paris to modern-day state legislative sessions, this film will premiere nationally in 2026 as part of Maryland's 250 initiative.
2025 saw the national premiere of the Center for Maryland History Films Becoming Thurgood. This landmark film dives into the life and extraordinary legacy of one of our state's most distinguished residents.
He's the only Supreme Court justice who was more famous for what he did before rising to justice.
MPT is grateful for the support of the Maryland General Assembly for making funds for Becoming Thurgood available. This is one of the most important stories, and the icon that Thurgood Marshall is hails right here from Baltimore, Maryland. The impact and the reception has been phenomenal. The program has now been seen in 99% of the TV households across the country. It also has been screened at over 50 colleges and universities.
Alongside the program, MPT's education team developed a dynamic, interactive website for educators and students.
Thurgood Marshall can help students learn and see how, as an individual, one person can make a difference. Our division created resources for classrooms in grades 5 through 12. We worked to break the film into small clips, multimedia interactives, lessons for teachers to use. We also produce self-paced lessons that help students to understand historical debates on issues that are in current events today.
Becoming Thurgood was the centerpiece of this year's HBCU Week Now, celebrating the outstanding achievements of the area's historically Black colleges and universities. As part of HBCU Week Now's national expansion, MPT has partnered with 17 PBS stations to date, broadcasting more than 200 award-winning programs and garnering over 10 million impressions across social media platforms.
Winner of 18 Capitol Emmy Awards in 2025, MPT continued to deliver top-rated programs on air and online through seamless streaming with the PBS app.
Maryland Public Television prioritizes all of the residents of our state by having an app. It's a way to ensure those who are more tech-friendly, on the go, and new generations of viewers feel connectivity and access to public television. These offerings expands the ability for MPT to touch every Marylander.
That is awesome.
Viewers enjoyed popular local series including State Circle and Direct Connection, Maryland Farm and Harvest.
It's a big, wide agricultural world out there, from the mountains to the shore and all points in between.
Outdoors Maryland.
The objective is to help each other cross the finish line.
Chesapeake Collectibles.
He was bragging to his friend that he just put up a flagpole at Fort McHenry.
This is an incredible document connected to such an important part of American history.
Made in Maryland.
It makes me proud to be a family business that is bringing the flavor to Maryland's crabs.
Artworks.
We want to create a powerful experience by making sure that when they step into this gallery, they see themselves represented in the artwork.
And Motor Week, which celebrated its 45th year of production.
Join me, John Davis, for Motor Week 45.
National favorites such as My Greek Table, and inspiring specials like Real Stories of Addiction and Hope. and Maryland by Air, MPT's first IMAX picture, which offered viewers a bird's eye view of our state.
3, 2, clear! Woo!
Specialty programming, including the ever-popular Chesapeake Bay Week, highlighted the state's diverse resources and stunning natural beauty, with programs such as Resurrecting Poplar Island.
When I look out here today, I'm pretty amazed by what I see.
Garrett County is the westernmost county. 90% of our border is with Pennsylvania and West Virginia. What MPT does is it overcomes that geographical divide by bringing information to local residents about the state of Maryland.
MPT Sports Desk helped drive the local economy with exclusive live coverage of in-demand sporting events, including the Maryland Cycling Classic, an international race featuring 7 teams that competed in the Tour de France.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jim Hunter. We'll have full coverage of both races from start to finish.
I am here for the inaugural women's race. It's going to be a fast and exciting race.
And the esteemed Mars Maryland 5-Star at Fair Hill, one of the most prestigious equestrian competitions worldwide.
You don't want to miss it.
Plus, MPT's wall-to-wall coverage on all platforms of the CIAA basketball tournament, one of the largest postseason basketball tournaments in the country, brought $27.4 million of revenue to Baltimore and the state of Maryland.
MPT's award-winning commercial advertising division, the Maryland State Ad Agency, generated elevated awareness for key state agency initiatives, including MD 250 on behalf of the Maryland 250 Commission, which honors Maryland's involvement in the founding of our nation 250 years ago.
Semi-quincentennial, 2.5 centuries of legacy, of civic spirit, and people who've shaped our democracy.
MPT's Education Division continues to be the gold standard in public service and aligns with our mission to provide our youngest viewers with education-first content. Teachers and students enjoyed access to in-person events, as well as digital learning tools and professional development support, in addition to a wide range of hands-on activities and online programs through ThinkPort and the Center for Media Literacy and Education, which ensures that citizens of all ages have the skills to navigate today's complex media landscape.
MPT is committed to serving Maryland.
MPT embraces our unique role to tell compelling Maryland stories in a way only we can do. Our service is provided free, and as a state agency, we want to deliver this service all across the region. We've seen a dramatic increase in membership and other financial support, which sends a resounding message that our community values our service.
And now, for the best of PBS.
It's the defining event of our history.
We've opened the secrets of the universe.
We can do remarkable things together.
We have never wasted our time together.
Be not afraid of greatness!
Mission accomplished.
MPT.
Be informed.
Be entertained.
Be inspired.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We look forward to it every year. So it was a treat for so many people that signed up to be witnesses for other bills. You got to see it as well, budget hearings. So I know our chair had some remarks.
No. How do you see sort of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and what we've seen at the federal level? What are the long-term impacts for you all? I know that you have your own budget. I know that you do your own programming, but you also do other national programming. So how do you see that meeting out over the next few years?
Well, MPT will continue to aggressively fundraise and supplement the funding provided by the state. We believe the federal government will move some monies towards public television, perhaps directly to the stations. I believe that support across the country is high for public television locally. And this was an ideological fight in Capitol Hill. And some members are working diligently to return some funding to public television directly to stations without using CPB.
What happens if they don't?
Well, with our continued fundraising efforts to fund individual programs and the state of Maryland, and we do have 6 sources of funding total, which includes membership, which is an all-time high, our Leadership Society, which is an all-time high. Corporations have been supporting us for individual programs, and you see us thank those corporations at the beginning and end of every program. We continue to solicit and receive funds from foundations and from major donors. And major giving is an area of growth for MPT.
Yeah, I know that's up. We heard in the analysis that major giving is up. I also heard the caution that sometimes that's a blip because it's in the news. We saw what happened to the federal level. So is that sustainable? I mean, I guess where we're getting to this is, we want to be partners with you on this, and we need to sort of know what's coming. If you are going to require more state resources, what that's going to look like. Hoping that, I don't want to be overly partisan, but that the federal government is going to wake up and do the right thing, I think isn't a long-term strategy, frankly. So I hope that you're really thinking sort of more how we can actually, what if they don't?
Well, we agree, and we are working nights and weekends to hold on to the relationships that we're building during this, this difficult time. We're also trying new things. For example, we began canvassing homes directly and knocking on doors. We've been emailing and sending letters in the mail for years, and there are some folks that just don't respond that way. We're having tremendous success with our door-to-door canvassing, and we are going to continue to try every single method to support our activities.
Thank you. And I hope you'll just keep the chair abreast as to what you're doing and how that's meeting out as we move through. Thanks. Thank you.
Of course. Delegate Grace.
And I think I know the challenge, at the federal level. I think a lot of folks are frustrated that, and it's not Maryland Public Television at all, and I've always, every year, this is the 12th session, come in and fully support MPT, and appreciate the work that you guys do. And you're right, without the work that you all do, the people that are interested in Maryland's history, Maryland's culture and what's going on in Maryland, they wouldn't get that information without you. But the challenge at the federal level is when folks, they hear public radio or they hear public TV, there's not a big difference between that and what they're saying on major news media, and they see that biases and they're like, well, I don't want my taxpayers paying for that. But the point that I want to make now, though, is that that's not you guys, and I want, and I wish that our federal legislators could make that distinction between the work that you guys do and what you're hearing on the, on the national broadcast or what you hear on the radio isn't the same. But I do have one question, and that is access to MPT. Most people stream their TV now, and I noticed that with and I use YouTube TV, and it has public television there, but I think that's not MPT. I think that's just the national public television. Is that correct? And I think the only way
that is MPT. YouTube TV is one of our 20 digital platforms that carries us, and it localizes to Maryland Public Television.
And so you guys have both the streaming services and also
yes,
the regular satellite and cable.
52% of our viewing is now coming from streaming.
Okay.
But we're promoting our content on all platforms that we own.
Outstanding.
And our social media and digital platforms as well. But we're also meeting our viewers where they are. Separate from YouTube TV is plain YouTube. And if viewers are there, we're delivering some of this content where they already are, meet the viewers where they are. So we are trying to reach beyond, not trying, we are actively distributing our program everywhere possible.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Delegate Tolles?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you. Good to see you again. I know we had a long conversation last week, and I'm so excited and enjoy your program. I did watch the American Revolution.
Thank you.
And I love it. So my question to you, a little bit about what you were indicating to Chairman Barnes about the outreach. That was actually my question. What is some of the additional outreach that you do? And I know we talked about this, but I just want to kind of state it for the record, the partnership and you have with other jurisdictions. I know you're located more in the Baltimore area, but could you talk about some of those partnerships that we have with like our Arts Humanities Council or other arts programs around the state and what that means to help you increase the viewership?
Well, you're right. One thing that makes public media different from other media sources is that we are in the community, and we start that by delivering resources directly into the classroom. We have a portal called ThinkPort, which delivers learning resources, electronic field trips, and other learning objects directly to teachers for their use. Every one of the programs you saw has educational outreach delivered directly into the school. In addition, we provide teacher training on how to use those resources. As you know, MPT provides training directly to the teachers, K through 12, and certifies 80,000 teachers every 3 years. In addition, we do events to make people more aware of the resources. And this year, we did over 75 events in the community across our viewing area, across the state. We are partnering with pretty much every arts organization to bring arts and education into the community, starting with, character appearances from our kid shows all the way through adult learning. A lot of our growth right now is in electronic outreach because some of the things that we do, for example, financial planning, Social Security, and issues like that are of great interest, and we can't be everywhere all at once. So we do some of these training and outreach events online. And there's no limit to how many people you can have online, so it's a growth area for us. The Zoom phenomenon started during the pandemic, but we've really grabbed hold of that. It's a great way to build loyalty as well. Programs like Maryland by Air will play the Maryland Science Center saw it and said, can we keep this here for 10 years? So we played it in other theaters as well around the state. They held events, and I went to an event for the American Revolution at the Avalon Theater in Easton, and they assembled a panel discussion about American history here in Maryland there. So we continue to do these live screening events and outreach, and there are so many, and we attend all the film festivals, of course, that many people organize events for us, of which we show up and support. So that we don't even count that in the events that we call MPT events. So it's a growth area for us, and it's a differentiator between ourselves and commercial broadcasting.
Okay, thank you. Could I just add, Madam Chair, that I would love for you to share that with my office, because we all have newsletters, so we can also share with our constituents the events that you're holding so they can be a part of it, but also would love to have you come to some of the events that I do in my district as well.
We'd be honored.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Well, I do want to ask a question in regards, we know that you're not new to MPT, but new to this new leadership role. I know that there were several audit findings, a couple that were repeated. I didn't know if there were any that you wanted to address more directly, since most of this preceded your tenure.
I have nothing further to add to that.
Okay, that's a succinct answer. Are there any remarks from your panel? Or are they here just to respond? No remarks. Who are you?
Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Patricia Fitzhugh. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Maryland Public Television.
Great to see you.
And I'm your COO, of Maryland Public Television. I feel I'd be a little remiss in this room if I didn't mention, you talked about partnerships and how we get along, that Morgan State played a huge role in bringing Thorogood to the airways, and we want to thank them for their support as well.
And they just happen to be in the room.
Oh.
We didn't notice.
Slick and on point of you to do that. Before we conclude, if you would indulge me, could we have just a brief moment of silence for Charles Robinson? We know that he was featured in the video, was a longstanding member of the press here on behalf of MPT, and we just want to just give a moment to acknowledge his legacy. Thank you so much. If there are no other questions, we'd like to conclude this budget hearing for MPT. Thank you so much. We will next have the higher education overview. We'll give you some moment to get to the get to the desk here. What's Sarah's last name? Baker? Baker. Yeah. Baker and David Popert, is that correct? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's begin the fiscal 2027 higher education operating budget overview on page 2, which shows state funding changes after accounting for everything listed in the footnotes, notably deficiencies and contingent reductions. Year over year, the University System of Maryland, or USM, public four-year institutions increased 3%, Morgan State University increases 2.6%, St. Mary's College of Maryland increases 7.7%, and the combined public 4 years increased by 3.1%. Independent institutions are level funded. Aid to community colleges increases 3.2%. Baltimore City Community College increases 0.4%. And total state funding for higher education increases by 3%, which is $99.7 million. Moving to page 4, there are 9 deficiencies in the allowance, including $27.6 million in general funds, replacing an equivalent amount of special funds due to a shortfall in the Higher Education Investment Fund, and a reduction of $5.4 million for scholarship and loan assistance repayment programs for police officers and probation agents to align with actual spending. Continuing on to page 5, here is a list of fiscal 2027 reductions contingent on provisions in the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, including approximately $21 million for the CADE funding formula by capping each individual community college's year-over-year funding increase to 3%, and this 3% cap is only for fiscal 2027 to 2029. $6.8 million in general funds are swapped with special funds as a result of decoupling from certain provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and then $4.5 million to level fund the Salinger program. Exhibit 1 on page 6 lists state support for each public university and total state funding from fiscal 2022 to the 2027 allowance. Including agricultural extension and experimental station programs, state funding for public universities increases by 3.1% or $77.1 million year over year. Exhibit 2 on page 7 shows the inflation-adjusted percentage change in state and local funding per full-time equivalent student, or FTE, from fiscal 2014 to 2024. Maryland, which is represented by the red bar, increased per FTE funding by 50% over this period, which exceeded the nationwide increase of 34%. Exhibit 3 on page 8 shows the average in-state tuition and fees for public 2- and 4-year institutions in Maryland and competitor states for academic year 2025 to 26. Among the states listed in the exhibit, Maryland has the 3rd lowest average for both 2- and 4-year institution costs, and is also below the national average cost for each of these 2 respective institutions. Exhibit 4 on page 9 shows the inflation-adjusted percentage change in in-state tuition and fees at Maryland and competitor states' 2- and 4-year institutions between fiscal 2022 and 2026. Over this period, nationwide tuition and fees at 2-year institutions decreased by an average of 9.2%, while tuition and fees at Maryland 2-year institutions decreased by an average of 15.5%. Regarding 4-year institutions, nationwide tuition and fees decreased by 8.6% on average, while Maryland's decreased by 9%. Exhibit 5 on page 10 lists total tuition and fees for the University of Maryland at College Park, along with the other public Big Ten institutions for academic year 2024 to 25. Maryland has the 4th lowest total tuition and fees, which is 23%, or $3,555, below the median of $15,364. Exhibit 6 on page 11 shows the source of inflation-adjusted funding per FTE at Maryland's public two-year institutions. State support consistently increased each year and rose by 36% between fiscal 2020 and 2024. Local support per FTE increased in 3 out of 4 years, and state support eclipsed local support per FTE in fiscal 2023 and 2024. A contributing factor in the overall increase in state and local support per FTE is a 12% decline in enrollment from fiscal 2020 to 2024. Over the full period, net tuition per FTE decreased by 6%. Exhibit 7 on page 12 shows inflation-adjusted state support per FTE at public four-year institutions between fiscal 2020 and 2024. State support exceeded net tuition and fees over the entire period, and the growth in fiscal 2023 and 2024 is driven by increases in funding via the General Fund, Higher Education Investment Fund, the HBCU Settlement Fund, and Student Financial Aid. Exhibit 8 on page 13 shows the undergraduate headcount for various segments. Cumulatively, the state's fall 2025 undergraduate headcount is just 1%, or 2,615 students, below its fall 2016 level. While independent state-aided institutions have almost reached their 2016 level, two-year institutions lag further behind and have 9%, or 11,629 fewer students than in fall 2016. However, year over year, community colleges experienced growth of 4.6%, public four-year institutions grew 2.9%, and independent four-year institutions grew 5.4%. Continuing to page 14, Exhibit 9 shows the cumulative allocation of HBCU settlement funds since distribution began in fiscal 2023 all the way to the fiscal 2027 allowance. Morgan State University, or MSU, has 43% of the funds. Bowie State University, or BSU, has 27%, while the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, or UMES, and Coppin State University, or CSU, each have 15%. Exhibit 10 on page 15 lists the allocation of settlement funding by fiscal year, and as you can see, after fiscal 2023, no university can receive less than $9 million. Exhibit 11 on page 16 shows the enrollment headcount for fall 2023 to 2025, and this fall headcount is what is used to proportionally distribute the settlement funds. Enrollment has increased at 3 out of 4 universities over this time frame, with BSU being the lone exception. Over the full period, Bowie's share of HBCU enrollment in the state has declined from 30.3% to 25.2%. Moving along to page 17, Exhibit 12 shows how much each university spent their share of settlement funds in fiscal 2025. MSU used a roughly even split on academic programs and scholarships or student services. BSU spent most of theirs on academic programs, and UMES did the same. CSU utilized their share primarily on scholarships and student support services. On to page 18. During the fall of 2025, philanthropist Mackenzie Scott donated a total of $151 million to 3 Maryland HBCUs, and the total share received by each university is shown in Exhibit 13. Based on fall 2025 headcount, MSU received $5,450 per student, BSU received $8,375 per student, and UMES received $11,273 per student. And at this point, I will hand over the microphone to my colleague, Sarah Baker.
Okay. So we're going to move on to the discussions of trends in high school graduates that will impact enrollment at the institution. That starts at the bottom of page 18. So in Maryland, on average, 70% of all undergraduate students are under the age of 25. And as shown on Exhibit 14 on page 19, the number of high school graduates in Maryland is projected to peak this year and then decline by 15.1% by 2041. This will result in institutions competing for fewer college-going high school graduates. In addition, as shown on Exhibit 15 on page 20, Maryland graduates will become more diverse. So in order to maintain and grow enrollments, institutions will need to develop pathways and programs to retain and graduate first-generation and/or low-income students. In looking at the national immediate college enrollment on page 21, as you see in Exhibit 16, there is a gap in enrollment between graduates from low and high income schools. And overall, no matter the category of high school, students were more likely to enroll in a four-year institution. And looking at Maryland on Exhibit 17 on page 22, those immediately enrolling in college has declined from 52.9% prior to the academic down to 49.5%. And you note that the decline in 2019-2020 cohort to 47.8%, this reflects the impact of COVID had on students' decision to attend college. When looking at the enrollment trends within 2 years of graduation, the college-going rate exceeds 67% since the 2019-2020 cohort, which is below the pre-pandemic level of 71.8%. As shown on Exhibit 18 on page 23, the percentage who graduate immediately enrolled in community college has fallen from a high of 30% to 23%. Again, this reflects the impact that COVID had on enrollment and is yet to recover. Meanwhile, enrollment at the public four-year institutions have increased 37%. While undergraduate enrollment has increased since the pandemic, many of these students will eventually disengage from post-secondary education before earning a credential. Re-engaging the population of this population of students will not only help the state meet its workforce needs, but also a source for enrollment growth for institutions. Nationally, those with some college and no credential increased 2.2% to 43.1 million. As shown in Exhibit 19 on page 24, in Maryland, this population increased 2.3% to over 600,000. However, the number re-enrolling in any institution, whether it be in or out of state, grew 19% between 21 and 23, while the number of those who are stopping out declined 6.2%, which may indicate institutions' efforts to retain students may be proving successful. We asked the Chancellor and the Presidents of St. Mary's, Morgan, MICUA, and MAC to comment on outreach efforts to encourage high school students to consider college, and programs and initiatives to increase accessibility, affordability, and student services and to ensure success, and also comment on how institutions are re-engaging the some college no credential population in efforts to keep students from stopping out in the first place. The first issue, the teacher pipeline, starts on page 25. Now, you know, the blueprint aims to attract more students into the teaching profession by making it more professional with competitive salaries, career ladders, and opportunities for career growth. As shown on Exhibit 20 on page 25, the number of vacancies in Maryland Public Schools has declined to 886 in the 25-26 school year. These vacancies are partly driven by attrition, which is shown in Exhibit 21, which has declined 9.4%, but it still exceeds a rate of 7.3% prior to the pandemic. However, shown on Exhibit 22 on page 27, since the 23-24 school year, the number of conditionally licensed teacher has exceeded 6,000, which in the 25-26 school year, this represents 9.4% of all public school teachers. Turning to the teacher pipeline on Exhibit 23 on page 28 shows nationally, after increasing for 3 years, teacher program enrollment in teacher program has declined 2.5%. A similar trend can be seen in Maryland, as shown in Exhibit 24 on page 29, with enrollment falling 8.4% in the 22-23 school year. And this can be attributed to a 51.6% decline in enrollments in non-traditional programs. Overall, the number of those completing a teacher program in Maryland have declined by 8.4%, so this suggests a worsening of the teacher shortage. We asked the Chancellor and the Presidents of Morgan St. Mary's, MICUA, and MAC to comment on efforts being taken to increase enrollment and completion in teacher programs. The last issue regards changes to the federal student loan programs. And as discussed on page 30, the Grad Plus loans in which the loan limit was based on the cost of attendance will be eliminated. And come July 1st, there will be a cap on the amount a graduate student can borrow, based on if they're enrolled in a professional or graduate program, and these are listed on the page. A major area of contention was the definition of professional programs. A consensus was reached to only recognize 11 programs, which are also listed on the page. It should be noted that under the legacy provision, students who have taken out Grad Plus loans before July can continue to borrow under the program for 3 years or until they have graduated. Now, capping the loan may result in pricing students out of graduate and professional programs and may worsen shortage in such areas such as health professions. In addition, the cap may not cover the cost of the program. And as shown in Exhibit 25 on page 30, the annual cost of attendance for various health program professions at UMB exceeds $50,000. Discussion on limits to the Parent Plus loans is on page 32. So the amount parents can borrow is capped on $20,000 per year per student with a lifetime cap of $60,000. And there are also changes to loan repayment options. So borrowers now will only have two options. There will be the standard repayment options, which is similar to a mortgage, where borrowers have a fixed monthly payment over 10 to 25 years with a minimum payment of $50 per month. And then there is the repayment assistant plan, which will be the only income-driven repayment option. Borrowers in this plan will pay a minimum of $10 per month or a percentage point for every $10,000 of their adjusted gross income up to a maximum of 10%. Any interest that is left over after the monthly payment will be waived, so the loan will not grow as it has under previous plans. And finally, the bill considers a do no harm accountability standards that programs must meet in order for students enrolled in the program to be eligible for federal student loans. Exhibit 26 on page 33 summarizes these measures. It is designed to ensure students in post-secondary programs earn more than peers with a high school diploma for undergraduate programs and bachelor's degree for graduate programs. Programs that fail this metric for 2 out of 3 years would lose access to students. Students would lose access for 2 years for federal loans, but would not affect other federal aid such as Pell Grants. So we asked the Chancellor, the Presidents of Morgan, St. Mary's, and MICUA to comment on the potential impact changes to the federal loans will have on affordability, enrollment in the state workforce, and what efforts are being taken by institutions to help students. And now I will turn it back over to David.
And I will conclude with the recommended action, which is to adopt committee narrative requesting another instructional faculty workload report from USM, MSU, and St. Mary's College of Maryland, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that overview. Are there any questions for our analysts? I do have one quick question. I noted that there was a summary of all of the donations from philanthropist Mackenzie Scott, and there was a breakdown per pupil, which I found curious because I had not seen that before. Do we have similar breakdowns of private donations to any other public institutions per pupil?
We could certainly look into that and get back to you on that.
Yeah, I just feel like if we're going to publicly put that out there, these are institutions that have a history of receiving such generous donations from the private sector. So we just want to make sure we're fair and how we discuss that. Any other questions? Delegate Tolles.
So much, Madam Chair. I also had some questions regarding the Mackenzie Scott donation. I know you know that was coming because I spoke to the chair about this some time ago. And she was gracious enough to tell me, that they are unrestricted. And so I have a question for, well, not for BSU, but for you to answer for Bowie State University. I taught there a few years, and I often had students that would, be really late in terms of being able to pay. So they would come in class, several weeks after the semester started because they just did not have the funding, particularly out-of-state students. And so with the donation, I noticed that all of their $50 million is going toward the endowment. And it said that the interest will be used to provide financial aid. And I noticed at the chart on Exhibit 12, you have that 1.3. Is that considered the interest that will be from the 50 million? Or do you have what that interest would, that exact amount, or not a guesstimate of what that interest would be?
So Exhibit 12 doesn't take into consideration the donation that was made. And in terms of the donation, if I may defer to the Chancellor or Bowie to give you more information about that.
Okay, that sounds good. I had a follow-up, but I'll wait for Bowie to do that. So thank you. And then I had a question as it relates to the student loan program. I which Chairman Barnes may have seen in his list of bills, have a bill as it relates to Maryland's creating our own public service loan program, because I am concerned with, the federal government and all of the changes is really impacting, everyone. And I'm sorry to the institutions that have to feel the blunt of what's happening in DC, because our students need to be able to have, many students across the country need to be able to take out money to attend school. If this ability to borrow is being cut, it definitely will impact them. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts, and you laid it out beautifully here in terms of how it could impact students. Do you think creating a student loan forgiveness program here in Maryland, like they had in the federal government, would be beneficial?
I do know we have some loan forgiveness programs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I would,
But if you could pull your mic up closer.
Oh, okay. There are some programs in the state, but I think that would be better answered by the panel that are more familiar with the programs than I am.
Okay. Thank you. They all were related to kind of that student loan, so I can wait. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our analysts. We're going to break up the panel just because there's so many great people on it, but just for continuity and space. Can we please have Secretary Rye with the Maryland Higher Education Commission come forward, and the University System of Maryland, Dr. J.A. Perman, Chancellor, or his designee. Oh, there he is. I didn't know if you were here. Of course you are. Dr. Perman, you can begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Chair Barnes, committee members. We certainly appreciate the chance to respond to the analysis, and I certainly thank our analysts for their thoughtful presentation. I've been asked to comment on the system's outreach to Maryland high school students and initiatives to increase access, affordability, student services. You have quite a bit of material in my written response, so I'll try to go quickly. Under the requirements of HB 678, our universities update the General Assembly every year on their outreach to Maryland high schoolers. And I would say that these outreach efforts are both expansive and targeted to the students they're trying to attract. Our success in those efforts is proved by a few metrics. Over the last 5 years, in-state applications to the system ranged from 40,000, a pandemic-era low, to more than 60,000 this year. About 3/4 of those applicants were accepted to at least one of the system universities to which they applied, and that number holds up across all Maryland counties. And finally, our undergraduate enrollment this year, 136,000 students, second highest in our history, tells us that many Maryland learners are in fact choosing USM institutions. Many of our requirement efforts and our recruitment efforts are traditional. For instance, admissions staff engage extensively with high school counselors. They work closely with mission-aligned nonprofits to get kids to college. They visit high schools, community centers, churches. They partner in community events. This kind of engagement has been particularly effective in attracting first-generation students. But we use technology-enabled methods as well. Geofencing to pair specific messages with specific audiences, multi-platform social media campaigns, texting sessions that are personalized to prospective students. Look, our universities are heterogeneous, and so are the student groups that they're trying to grow. For instance, Salisbury and Frostburg are doing a great deal of work to recruit Hispanic students with Spanish language advertising, Spanish language websites and webinars. College Park is part of a university consortium focused on engaging and supporting students from small town and rural communities. Towson and UMBC are doing a great deal of work in Baltimore City, offering residency experiences, summer bridge programs that city students can access, and they're covering their tuition costs. In terms of student access and success, our universities engage in hundreds of strategies. This is a priority for the entire system, so I'll address our efforts briefly on a system-wide perspective. Across the state, we bring together Maryland's education pipeline. We convene high school and community college counselors to make sure they know about the system and what each of our universities offer, and how transfer and dual enrollment and financial aid can build pathways for these students. With a $4 million grant from the U.S. Department of Education, we've launched a peer-to-peer mentoring program, system-wide, helping first-time, first-generation, and underserved students navigate college and connect with the academic and social supports they need. Particular passion of mine, and there will be a bill in front of you, we're looking at early college as an effective way to open access to higher ed, especially for low income rather, and first generation students. We worked with a national consulting firm, Empower Schools, last year to see where Maryland stands in the early college landscape. It's not good. We're 43rd out of 50 states in dual enrollment participation. So our universities are focused on expanding workforce-aligned early college pathways. And we look forward to working with you and your colleagues to strengthen and grow early college programs statewide. Of course, the system has a unique structural strategy to open access. Our 3 regional higher ed centers, the universities at Shady Grove, USM at Hagerstown, USM at Southern Maryland, serve students who are tied to their communities. If you can't bring it closer to them, they're not coming to college. But also older students, working students, students with families. They help these learners stay close to home and get the same high-quality education they'd get if they traveled to one of our traditional campuses. Plus, our regional centers have close relationships with the community colleges, where most of their students start their education, so they advance our work in 2-year transfer. I want to end my comments on access and success by talking about financial aid, because aid has been effective to improving both. Last year, our universities awarded $107 million in university aid to high-need students, an amount that's climbed 68% in just 5 years. This money does more than make a college education possible. It makes our students more successful. We found that when our universities give money to students in any amount, their retention rates go up, their graduation rates go up. Looking at the latest cohort from the FY20 year, the graduation rate for first-time students getting university aid was 14 percentage points higher than it was for students who got no aid. For students who transferred from a community college, the graduation gap was even wider, 20 points higher for those who received some money versus those who didn't. So clearly financial aid is a huge priority for our universities and a significant investment for them. I'll turn now to the second part of the question. our efforts to re-engage students who've stopped out of their education. All of our universities have re-engagement initiatives, and they're most intensive in the 18 months following the stop, when it's easiest for students to get back onto their degree path. Many of our universities have adopted digital platforms to engage with these students. UMGC is a national leader in this strategy. Across the system, our universities have simplified their readmission process so that those processes don't deter the prospective returning students. Some have developed programs that allow students to complete their degree without starting over in a major. Some have developed flexible enrollment policies so that students who had to stop out for a few semesters can re-enroll without reapplying. Every USM university has some version of a near completer program aimed at luring back students who are within about 30 credits of graduation. These programs feature financial aid, tuition assistance, academic supports, tailored advising to get students over the finish line. Next, I've been asked to comment on our efforts to grow enrollment and completion in teacher prep programs. At the system, we're proud that 79% of all education degrees awarded in Maryland come from a system university. But we know we have more to do given Maryland's critical teacher shortage. So we're focused on coordinated statewide strategies that expand access to preparation programs, reduce barriers to licensure, and align pathways with workforce needs. Every month, we convene all of our universities that have teacher prep programs, and together we develop these strategies learned from each other. I'll give a few examples. Across the system, we're developing an online, asynchronous, self-paced, licensure-only program that provides flexibility for conditionally licensed teachers and offers them specialized coaching. Salisbury University and College Park have been awarded MHEC grants to support this work. Salisbury and Frostburg State are early partners with MSDE in developing teacher apprenticeship programs, and the system is using a national grant to expand these programs across Maryland. Several of our universities have established para-educator to teacher pathways. These professionals are already in Maryland classrooms. They're already working with teachers, already supporting students. So we're accelerating their entry into the teacher workforce while we support their degree completion. Transfer is a top priority for the system. We convene Maryland's Associate of Arts in Teaching Council to strengthen and streamline transfer pathways from community colleges to four-year teacher prep programs, and I thank Dr. Phillips for his partnership. I've already talked about the promise of early college in opening access to USM degree. What I didn't fully mention is that one of the workforce-aligned pathways we're prioritizing is education, together with healthcare and cyber. We're now working with our partners in Southern Maryland to launch an early college program in education, and we hope eventually to replicate and scale programs in high-need regions across the state. These system-wide initiatives are essential. They're far from everything we're doing. I have more examples of university efforts in my written testimony. Now, finally, I've been asked to comment on how changes to federal loans might affect our students and how we're helping them. System-wide, we enroll about 8,000 students affected by changes to federal aid. 3/4 of them are graduate and professional students who will lose access to the Grad Plus loan. Of these 6,000 students, half are professional students at UMB, and they account for nearly 2/3 of the total loan amount. Among the programs impacted is medicine, where 40% of our students borrow through the Grad Plus program. Physicians are critically needed in Maryland, And of course, we fear that dismantling access to sufficient funding means we'll lose aspiring providers where we need them most. Less harmful to the USM is the cap on direct, unsubsidized loans for professional students, $50,000 a year, $200,000 total. Fewer than 50 system students would have difficulty with these loan amounts. On the undergraduate side, we have over 2,000 students affected by new caps to the Parent Plus loan. Families that qualify for the Plus loan may have other options, but these options will almost certainly have higher interest rate. It's a credit to the system's affordability, which we emphasize, that the overwhelming majority of our in-state undergraduates simply don't have loan totals high enough to risk losing access to them. But of course, our financial aid offices are working closely with every student potentially affected by new borrowing caps to ensure that they can access the funds they need without being harmed by private or predatory loans. Thank you for letting me share these efforts with you, and of course, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much for your succinct testimony. I'm really proud of you, Dr. Perman. I know it's hard. You have so much to share. You shared a lot in a little bit of time. Are there any questions for the Chancellor? Vice Chair Wolick.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good to see both of you.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. There was a lot of information to absorb. I want to preface my question first by saying that I care very much about the whole student development, which you know, and I've shared. My question today is right now is more related to the employment workforce pipelines that you were speaking to. You mentioned a lot of work that's happening with getting our students in the teachers pipeline, and then the two other pathways you indicated were healthcare and cyber.
Yes.
I wanted to ask if there are any others that are on your radar. And also with healthcare and cyber, those are STEM fields, and I know we struggle to get students sort of in that space. So the challenge is sort of multifaceted, both from having an interest in the ability to then go in those spaces, certainly the loan aspect of it, because some of these programs may be costly. So how are we trying to crack that nut of trying to get our young people to go into and pursue those, areas? What does that strategy around workforce look like? Thank you.
Well, we are as open to creating pipeline pathway programs as resources will allow. And they certainly, as you point out, should not be limited even to these obviously high need and priority areas like healthcare and teaching and cyber. There are discussions and there are some examples of young people being pulled and supported to engineering programs. There are certainly possibilities, and I think I take your point in this, in not totally focusing on STEM. What we need to do, and I know I'm getting preachy, is grab kids early and get them into a college-going mindset and providing for them possibilities to careers. Yes, we need to be mindful of the need for them to come out with a job, but we don't need to limit our career pathways that we offer children. They can see themselves in a variety of careers, and it's our job to create the platform for them. So this may be too grandiose, but you name it. If we can get the kid to follow the pathway, we should pull them through.
If I may, a quick follow-up as well. There's a lot of conversation, obviously, around AI, and I'm just wondering, as we think about cultivating our students and thinking about workforce. Again, I care a lot more about a lot of other things, but since we're discussing that, how is the changing landscape of work informing our strategy in terms of how we are thinking about those pathways? And because it feels like the world is changing, and a job today may not be a job 5 years from now. And so to the extent our institutions are responding to that, what does that look like in USM?
I'm going to give you perhaps too simplistic an answer. The careers that we talked about are the careers worth aspiring to. They are careers that, in my judgment, will be there. And our job as a higher education system needs to be to make sure that no matter what career the student is aiming for, they know how to use AI in their career. They know how to use AI in their job. Again, I'm being oversimplistic. Some may disagree with me. The focus is, and I understand it, on all that will go away because of AI. What I tell our students is that the way you'll go away is if you don't know how to use AI in your job. So we are moving forward with that in mind.
Thank you.
I just want to add before I recognize you, Delegate Forbes, and for everyone's benefit that I know MHEC will be presenting shortly, and there's a state higher education plan that does have research along with our colleagues at the Department of Commerce to track trends around where we should be growing our our new, academic programs, but also try to have those programs in alignment with real employment trends and entrepreneurship trends. So just wanted to lift that up because many people, perhaps the two people watching on stream, may not be aware of the state education plan, and just want to make them aware of that. And perhaps there could be some additional follow-up with MHEC. I just wanted to provide that opportunity. Delegate Forbes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Perman, for your presentation and the work you do every day and the passion you bring to your work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
In your presentation, you talked about dual enrollment in early college, that we were ranking 43rd nationally. Was that just USM, or did it include our community college?
No, these are data that have been generated using federal data, and they lag a bit in time. Don't get me wrong, our community colleges, our leader at MHEC, are great advocates of dual enrollment. I'm sure the numbers have gotten better, but other states, lots of other states, are doing more, particularly with early college. And I am focused on early college as a subset, a form of dual enrollment. Again, some may disagree with me. But it's been my observation that so often, and this is not on the students, it's more on us collectively, too many of the students take advantage of dual enrollment, but it's often too random in the way their courses are chosen. It's not packaged well. If we do things while keeping in mind that the student could be on a pathway that they can get off of, I think we'll get more bang for our buck, and I think we'll get more college graduates in fields that we need.
Very thoughtful, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the Chancellor? I think you had some higher education, more finance questions. So we'll now listen to Secretary Rai for his budget presentation for MHEC.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wallach, and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Dr. Sanjay Rai, Secretary of Maryland Higher Education Commission. I want to first thank you for your leadership and continued partnership on behalf of the entire higher education community in our state. I also want to thank Department of Legislative Services analysts for their thoughtful analysis, and the many higher education leaders, faculty, and staff, some here today, and many on our campuses, who continue to serve our students during an unprecedented time of challenge for higher education. The proposed FY 2027 budget reflects a serious and sustained commitment to post-secondary education and the value it delivers for Maryland, including greater affordability for learners, a more inclusive economy, and long-term economic competitiveness for our state. With $3.5 billion in total state support, representing a 3% increase, this investment is not about growth for growth's sake. It is about sustainability and ensuring learning remains uninterrupted, even amid significant pressures. As I did last year, I'll keep my remarks broad and inclusive of all sectors, public and independent, and reserve MHEC-specific optional details for our budget hearing later this month. Under the governor's proposal, total state support for higher education increases by nearly $100 million. With continued investment across public four-year institutions, community colleges, independent colleges, and financial aid, these investments are already producing results. For nearly the fifth consecutive year, state support per student exceeds net tuition at Maryland public four-year universities, a distinction very few states can claim. Maryland also remains among the most affordable states in the nation for in-state tuition at both two-year and four-year institutions. Finally, we are navigating a rapidly shifting federal policy landscape. State leadership will be essential to protect equity, workforce readiness, and institutional stability, particularly for high-need fields and historically underserved institutions. Higher education remains one of Maryland's most necessary and effective investments. I thank the committee for its leadership and partnership, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the FY 2027 higher education overview.
Thank you so much, Secretary Rye. Are there any questions? Just reminding people we will have a MHEC, budget hearing for more detailed questions, but any high-level questions? Seeing none, thank you for this panel. Thank you, Secretary Rye. Thank you, Chancellor Perman. We'll next be bringing up our public non-system institutions, beginning with Morgan State University, Dr. David Wilson, as well as the president of St. Mary's College, Dr. Rhonda Phillips, and any designees that they would have supporting them. So presidents, please come forward. On a different day. Budget, just for
Thank you very much, Chair Smith and members of the subcommittee. First of all, I want to thank, as always, the Maryland General Assembly for the investments being made in Morgan State University. As always, we try and demonstrate to the state that those investments are returning a very high dividend. Before I get directly to what you asked of me, just a few statements about how those dividends are being returned. So first of all, we at Morgan have the highest enrollment in the 158-year history of the university. Over the last 5 years, our enrollment has grown 59%. We are currently at 11,600 students. We'll be over 12,000 students this fall. In context, that places Morgan as the fourth largest public institution in the state of Maryland. One huge takeaway, and I want to kind of tether this to the way in which the HBCU settlement funds have basically been allocated, is that as I sit here today, Morgan enrolls 50% of all students in Maryland attending an HBCU. So half of those students are enrolled at Morgan. And so with that in mind, you might ask, as I think I've inferred from this panel, so what's going on at Morgan that is driving this unprecedented growth in the institution? Well, it's a number of things, but we have been paying a lot of attention to the work of the future and the future of work, and realigning our curriculum to reflect that. And so we have several undergraduate degree programs at Morgan where we are the only institution in the state offering those programs. Those are unique, high-demand programs, and those programs are just taking off like wildfire in terms of student enrollment. Programs like mechatronics engineering and cloud computing and embedded systems. We're paying a lot of attention to that because that's what the market is saying that students want, and we are trying to meet that particular call. Also, I have to say that during this particular period, we've not had faculty at Morgan to be inducted into the national academies and the national societies, and I think now we are closing in on 8 to 10 faculty at Morgan who also are being recognized nationally and internationally by being inducted into these prestigious organizations. And then we have 6 professors at Morgan who are amongst the top 2% of scientists in the world. And so students are looking for high-quality faculty. We are delivering that to them. So you asked me to opine on, so what are you doing at Morgan in order to strengthen outreach to high school students? We submitted our written testimony. I'm not going to read that, but I would just want to highlight a few things. So when I came before you in 2019, this question loomed large, which is, as you know, on the cusp of growing your enrollment, what are you doing to increase the number of students, first-time, full-time students, coming to Morgan from Maryland? At that time, in 2019, in our freshman class, 801 students were enrolling from the state of Maryland. However, this past year, that number was 1,200. So we have been able to increase the percent of students who are in our incoming freshman class full-time by 50%, roughly, over this time period. And so how have we been able to do that? It is really through intentional efforts. It's through equity-driven outreach to high schools. It is also to ensure that in this period where there has been a precipitous increase in the percent of Americans who really are questioning the value of a college degree. I do think, and I am on the record, I am conscious of this, I do think that so many students have been told and sold on what I call the great big lie. And the great big lie is that a college education is not worth it today. We all know that that is simply not true. The economic data supports that. And so I think we have to be honest with our students. We have to go into the high schools and not just talk about college, but we have to demonstrate to them that they're going to get a great return on this over the course of their lifetime. And the data support the fact that if you only are satisfied with a high school degree, and even if you were to add to that a certificate, still, over the course of a lifetime, your lifetime income is going to be somewhere between $800,000 and $1 million less than it would be if you received a college degree. So we have to work our way through that noise and convince the students that don't be hoodwinked, because you're going to wake up and you're going to be 40, and you're going to realize that you should not have listened during that time, but you should have received those degrees. So there's a lot of intentional education taking place to try and disabuse them in some ways of what they are reading and what they are hearing. We also have dual enrollment. We have a great partnership with Baltimore City Schools. We've been engaged in that partnership for a long time. We have students in 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade who may be taking 9th grade advanced English at a City or at Poly or some of the other schools in Baltimore, and then at the same time, they are enrolled in perhaps intro to English Lit at Morgan as well, so they can get dual credit for that, both high school as well as college. In terms of having sort of an educational outreach to high school students, and then getting them to understand the accessibility of Morgan. We also have to pay attention, as you heard from the Chancellor, to affordability. And so the Board of Regents at Morgan and I have been on the same page for the last 10 years to make sure that we are not increasing tuition at Morgan in a way that's going to price the students, the market we serve, out of the ability to come to the institution. So we went through a period at Morgan where we did not increase tuition for 4 straight years. And we are now the second most affordable public institution in the state. We also reallocate to our students every single year about $40 million in institutional aid to assist them to persist on to their degrees at Morgan. In context, percentage-wise, that's the largest percent of an institution's appropriation that is being allocated back to student financial aid than any single public institution in the state. And we have also created pathways to Morgan where students in our community colleges, and Dr. Phillips might say a word or two about this as well, to engage in easy transfer to Morgan. And so we created something called a TIP program, the Transfer Incentive Program, where we identified roughly about 18 baccalaureate degree programs at Morgan that were under-enrolled, and basically said to community colleges, if those students stay there and they receive their associate degree, they can then seamlessly transfer to Morgan to complete their baccalaureate degree, and we would offer those students a $2,000 per year scholarship up to 5 semesters for a total of $10,000 to complete that degree at Morgan. That's just one example of a real partnership that we have to create pathways in order for those students also to get degrees. We've been paying a lot of attention over the years, and you heard me say I serve on the board of directors of the Lumina Foundation, and that's one reason why I keep my eye on these data across our state, but across the nation. We've been paying a lot of attention to the largest group of potential students in the nation that we should be targeting, but sometimes we're such traditional institutions that we just haven't paid a lot of attention to how you do that. And this group is called the group with some college, no degree. That number now has surpassed 40 million people in the nation, of which I think you heard from the analyst what that number was here in Maryland. So with that in mind, we had discussions in Morgan for about 3 years on this, and we decided about 2.5 years ago that it was time to move to action, and so we created a new college at Morgan called the College of Interdisciplinary and Continuing Studies. We brought 18 completer degree programs to our board for approval. They approved all of them. And these are programs that are designed specifically for this particular clientele. And so we have graduated now numerous individuals from the program. The goal is that this college will have about 3,000 students in it by 2030. And we now are closing in on about 200 or so, just getting it off the ground. We also are understanding that we have to enhance student services in order to support the students if we want them to cross the finish line. And so access alone is just simply not enough. And in doing that, we have identified actually quite a few, I should say, innovative strategies. For example, we have tapped our graduate students at Morgan. We're offering now close to 40 PhD programs at Morgan. And so we have tapped some of our graduate students to serve as success coaches for many of our undergraduate students, particularly our at-risk students, and we're seeing some success with that particular model as well. And so let me go to the area where you also have asked me to comment on, number 2, and it is on efforts being taken to increase enrollment and completion in teacher preparation programs. We also understand that The state has a huge shortage in teacher education. We talk about this year over year. And so at Morgan, we have a school that has a well-known history of producing teachers who are well-prepared to meet the needs of the state's diverse K-12 student population. We are currently the only HBCU, not in the state, but in the country, to win accreditation by the International Dyslexia Association in recognition that all graduates of our initial teacher education program, that is the BS in elementary education, that they are skilled in promoting literacy in children experiencing reading difficulties. And so we participate in a number of initiatives throughout the state where we are bringing to the attention of students who may have an interest in teacher education, what a career in teacher education will look like. We started at Morgan an entity called Explore Teaching Day. Started in the spring, and spring of 2024, and it attracted in spring 2024 175 high school students. And then we do the same kind of thing statewide in order to get in there and show students that they can have a rewarding, satisfying career in teacher education. We also have a very, very successful venture with the Baltimore City and Baltimore County, Hartford, and Howard County school systems in the implementation of an accelerated MAT program. And that program is designed to provide a path to certification for approximately 3,000 conditionally licensed teachers currently employed by the state. And in response to a call for proposals by MHEC, we also proposed a one-year MAT program as a pathway to certification for teachers currently employed by the state's public school systems, but who lack the qualifications needed to be licensed. And so we have seen as a result of these initiatives a huge increase in the number of students at Morgan who also are doing what is needed in order to become teachers in our state. You asked me in terms of comment number 3 to make a comment on the potential impact that the changes to the federal loans will have on affordability enrollment and the state's workforce, and then what could be done about it. So 90% of the students at Morgan receive some form of financial aid. So 90% of those nearly 12,000 students. And I have to put that in context with these changes to the federal loans because it will impact all student borrowers, particularly graduate and professional students, as well as the parents of dependent undergraduate students. Yes, that one big, beautiful bill act, it eliminates the Grad Plus program, as you heard from the Chancellor. It imposes new annual and aggregate loan caps for graduate students. That cap is $20,500 per year for a total of $100,000. For professional students, it's $50,000 per year and a lifetime total of $200,000. Morgan's graduate programs are already amongst the most affordable in the state, but there are tons of students at Morgan who currently borrow more than the maximum amount that will be allowable under that act. And institutional data indicate that for the current academic year, 2% of our graduate students borrowed Grad Plus loans more than the new maximum loan amount for direct unsubsidized loans. And so I will go on record as saying that I really support the bill that was referenced earlier in terms of public service loan program in Maryland. We are in the embryonic phase of planning what will be the state's new medical school. We have shifted our focus from a for-profit entity to a nonprofit, publicly supported medical school with these kinds of things in mind. We think through careful planning, and we have been afforded a grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation to take 2 years and carefully plan this out, that we can provide a top-notch MD education in Morgan for about 40 to 50% of the cost that is currently seen at existing medical schools. And certainly if there's an opportunity to tether a public service kind of component where those students who then complete the MD program could have that loan forgiven if, for example, they serve in marginalized communities, provide health care to areas that don't have it now. That is something that we certainly will support going forward. We had much more to say about this in the written testimony, but I would not read that in its entirety. So to the recommended actions, let's just say that Morgan currently provides a detailed analysis and breakdown of institutional productivity and our teaching loads, and we will continue to provide that joint chair's report going forward. And then also, you said the budget committees requested that BSU, CSU, MSU, and UMES submit a report on their plans to use fiscal 2026 HBCU settlement funds. We have been doing that every year. We will continue, and we would fully expect to have that report done and submitted no later than November 1st of 2026. Chair Smith and members, that's my testimony.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I want to give opportunity for our next president to present because I know time is running out. So great to see you again, Dr. Phillips.
Hi, thank you. It's a delight to be here with you, Chair Smith and members of the Education and Economic Development Committee, Subcommittee. And I'm Rhonda Phillips. I'm president of St. Mary's College of Maryland. And I have with me today Aaron Tamarchio, who's from our Board of Trustees, and Brandon Engel, our Director of Government Affairs. If it's okay with you, Chair Smith, I would like to give Aaron a few moments of my time. Is that okay?
Thank you, President Phillips. I just wanted to thank this committee on behalf of the Board of Trustees for your continued support of St. Mary's College of Maryland. As a proud alum, 34 years ago, St. Mary's opened its doors to this first-generation confused student and really helped guide and gave me a sense of self and direction. So for me, this is a personal service to the college, but I also want to express the board's excitement to have President Phillips here as our new president. As you all know, President Jordan announced her retirement, and we went through a very exhaustive and extensive search. Had a lot of very qualified applicants for the position, and we're very proud to have President Phillips join us and carry forward the institution. I know this is her first formal budget cycle with you all, and I know and I hope you will you'll see her continuously throughout the process. So I just wanted to, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Aaron. So the spring semester is now underway, and I'd like to give you an update. Some of these will directly address some of the questions that we answered in our report, but others just to give you a little bit more context. So total enrollment continues to grow and has increased approximately 9% since 2021. And our enrollment success is a result of several significant initiatives, two of which I'd like to highlight today. First is the implementation of the revised LEAD curriculum, which stands for Learning Through Experiential and Applied Discovery. This core curriculum integrates proven long-term benefits of a traditional liberal arts education with applied professional skills demanded by today's economy through enhanced engagement with high-impact practices for all our students. So everyone that comes to St. Mary's has exposure to this. And when we talk about the future of work, we all know that we need to create adaptable, flexible thinkers, and this is what we try to do with our liberal arts education. Second, we've modified the criteria which guide decisions for academic program review to include both relevance to students and prospective employers, as well as projected financial sustainability within well-defined time periods. The result of new programs that we have in marine science and business administration have become two of the college's most popular majors in just 2 short years, as well as the integration of data science curricula across multiple majors. Each of these initiatives are resonating well with prospective students and their families and have contributed to a 14% increase in the number of applications over the past 5 years. In fact, the number of first-time applicants to the college has more than doubled since our baseline year of 2019. I also want to point out that while we have worked hard to grow enrollment, we have remained committed to the goals set forth by the legislature for St. Mary's College to provide an exceptional honors program coupled with a promise of access, affordability, and diversity. Our entering classes remain increasingly credentialed and increasingly diverse, and we have significantly increased need-based aid to support students from low-income families. At the same time, we have retained our exceptional rankings across aggregators. In the most recent round of rankings, we have remained in the U.S. News & World Report as a top 5 public liberal arts institution in the nation, with only the 4 military academies ranked more highly than us. I want to say that again. Non-military institutions for public liberal arts institutions in this country. You've got it right here in Maryland. And we rose in Princeton's review, number 2 best schools in the nation for making an impact. We also retained our position on the Princeton Review as a top 50 best value colleges list. So on the topic of affordability, we appreciate your support and thank you for that. For our annual funding formula. We've been able to freeze tuition rates for Maryland residents for 6 consecutive years in the past. That support was critical to enabling the college to reset our tuition at a more competitive rate and has enabled affordable access to liberal arts for Maryland students. And I want to take a moment here to underscore why public access to liberal arts education is so important during these challenging times. The liberal arts at their core emphasize critical thinking, collaboration, and civic literacy. In periods of intense polarization, misinformation, institutional distrust, these skills enable citizens to really look at claims and facts and data, participate meaningfully in civic life, and engage with our democratic system of governance. There's a reason why so many wealthy families are willing to pay $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 or more a year in tuition fees at private liberal arts schools. They know the value of the curriculum and the methods, and we're able to provide that same knowledge, those same skills at a fraction of the cost. Our students leave St. Mary's with nearly 30% less debt than the national average, and they're 2/3 less likely to enter default in repayment. And here's another thing I want to mention. 90% of our graduates are either employed or pursuing more advanced education within 6 months of graduation. That's exceptionally high, and it just attests to the value of a liberal arts education. Public access to the liberal art matters, and because it works. So I know you have a lot to cover today, and our full response to your questions surrounding outreach initiatives, student success, teacher preparation, and the impact of federal policy changes have been provided in writing. So I'll conclude my opening remarks here. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you again for your support.
Thank you, Presidents Phillips and Wilson, for your testimony. Are there any questions for the panel? Delegate Tolles.
So much. Talking a lot today, so I appreciate it, Madam Chair. I just definitely wanted to thank you both presidents for being here. I know you have, I just want to say with the St. Mary's University, I know you have a lot of good stuff coming up in the within this year based off the 250th, anniversary that the commission talked about when they were here. So I know you have great, fun events coming up. And welcome. So this question sort of is, question/comment is sort of for President Wilson. Good to see you. We had an opportunity to talk a little while ago. And need to find my question. As it relates to the loans that are taken out by your students, obviously as a HBC, can you talk about, I know why, but I would like for you to mention what are some of the reasons other than tuition, room and board that students have to take out loans for school?
90% of our students are on some form of financial aid. 56% of our students qualify for the Pell Grant, and about 30% of those students qualify for the maximum Pell. But that means that they are coming from households where, I will say in the vernacular, their families really don't have 2 dimes to rub together. They don't have credit cards. They can't call the university and say, put this on my AMEX. They can't do that because the families are struggling to keep the electricity going. So I'm not speaking out of turn. I'm just trying to have a real conversation. So some of those students, and when they qualify for the federal loans, the university can provide financial literacy, but you can't stop them from getting the money that they qualify for. And so some of them get the loans and they initially, retire the bill at the university, but they send some of that back home to keep the lights going, or to keep the gas going, right? And I can say that with the highest degree of authenticity because I was one of those students where when I ultimately finished my education, I had accumulated enough loans to purchase a 3-bedroom house. But along the way, I sent money back home too, so that my dad and my mom could have heat. And so that pattern is continuing. It's unfortunate, but it is. And our students at Morgan have an average loan debt of about $28,000 when they finish the university. And that's why we are investing percentage-wise the $40 million a year, the largest percentage of any other public institution, back to help them. So it's a very complicated and complex issue that we are dealing with.
Yes, and I want to, if I could just pile on, Madam Chair, I want to thank you so much, President Wilson, for your honesty and for your advocacy for our, for these students that are attending Morgan State. What folks don't realize is that it's bigger than just tuition, and oftentimes you have to think about transportation, like you said, trying to, some folks are the first generation of college students, so like you indicated, to have to send money back home to even be in college. Think about other programs that are necessary for I'm saying our students, for the students that attend Morgan State, and particularly if they're out of town, you become such a global phenomena that you're not just getting students from Maryland, you're getting students from across the country, so it costs even more for them to be there at Morgan State. But also think of, if you can just, whether just shake your head, nod, or high five or whatever, that the programs that students should be able to anticipate, like study abroad, that costs money, correct? That is not free. So if you want to study, in Scotland, like I did for law school, you got to pay that money to get there, to, eat while you're there, to pay for the tuition, because that's an additional, like, summer semester. So can you talk about those programs that you have at the university where they also may need additional funding to do?
Absolutely. So we understand at Morgan that we have an obligation to make sure that when students come across the stage and they get the Morgan sheepskin, that they are prepared to perform on the world stage with anyone, any place, anywhere. But in order to do that, they have to understand the world. And so we have put in place a robust program to make sure that our students, they are understanding the world, that they are understanding different cultures, that they are understanding different histories, that they are getting an education that will enable them not to easily be hacked in terms of their minds. And so in order for that to happen, certainly resources are needed. And so students do use some of the loan funds to enable them to become better prepared to serve on that world stage. Also, and this is true of, I would say, students across a wide swath, that so many students have never been on an airplane. So many students, you wouldn't believe the number of students in Maryland that have never been out of the state. And so when you are on campus, and I walk the campus when I am in town every single day, and I know my students, and I know who they are, and I try and represent who they are in the highest degree of dignity and respect. But this is the reality. This is the reality that we are dealing with, and they are oozing with potential, and our responsibility is to make sure that all the potential that is inside of them is realized.
Thank you, thank you.
We got to wrap it
Mr.
up.
President. No, I'm thinking, no, I know, I'm sorry, this is my first time, so I apologize. I know you've been giving me grace. I just wanted to say thank you for that. It's a tough budget season, but I'm going to do what I can with the help of this committee to see what we can do, because I think what's happening in DC is really impacting Black and brown students, and I want to thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, thank you for your energy.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Wolick, followed by Delegate Grace.
Sorry.
All right, here we go. Thanks so much for your presentation and testimony, President Wilson, President Phillips. I just wanted to make a very quick comment. I just really appreciate your leadership, and it's my third time hearing from you, Dr. Wilson, and I know you take so much pride in the institution. It shows, especially the excellence that you're striving for. So I just wanted to lift that up. I also, just wanted to point to this endowment that you are now growing due to the gift that you have received. We are often hearing about institutions such as Yale. Very recently, Harvard has spoken up about providing students with free tuition if they are at a level of 100,000 or 200,000, but a lot of that is based on endowment. And wouldn't it be great if we are living in a world where an HBCU will be in that position, and you're leading the way? So I just wanted to lift that up, and hopefully we continue to get some great news. Thank you.
I hope so as well. When I arrived at Morgan, our endowment was $14 million, and it's now $205 million. And our goal, of course, is to, our goal eventually at Morgan is to reach $1 billion. So the return off of that endowment can behave in the same way as the $50 billion Harvard endowment, that you get a large enough return, which is, I am not speaking on behalf of any of the other HBCU presidents. I'm speaking for Morgan. But that's the reason why I think you are seeing across this space how all of us are behaving with the unrestricted gift. It's not just taking that gift and paying off the tuition of the current class, because you have spent your golden egg. It is stretching that out over generations to come. And that's the strategy here. But in order for that to have the kind of impact that it must have, then that $700 billion endowment must be there. And then you begin to address affordability.
Delegate Grace?
Madam Chair, I just want to just mention, I guess, the first comment that you had, where there's a big perception out there by some where, higher ed, going to get a college degree isn't necessarily important. Now, I don't know that they're necessarily lying. I would more characterize it as, I think there's a fear out there, and I'm looking at some polls here, and this has to do with public confidence in our higher ed,
Sure.
as it regards to this public perception bias on campus. And so this is a September 2025 Vanderbilt University poll where 67% of respondents cited political bias as a serious problem, with 35% of that group stating it's a problem at most institutions. And then I'll go down to the third one about concerns about liberal bias. An October 2025 report found 77% of Americans expressed concern about perceived liberal bias on campus. And so I think that that's where a lot of these folks are coming from. Now, this is real. I mean, this is what people believe. And so I think a lot of people they have a hesitation about sending their kids to a university. They're not blaming teachers. It says further down here that they're not blaming the staff, they're just saying that there's not enough balance on campus when it comes to like ideological or intellectual diversity. And so they don't want to send their kids to a campus where they feel like their child's going to be indoctrinated one way or the other. Does that make sense? I think that that's part of the reason, and that's the challenge that we have. So I think that the challenge, with our higher ed, not just in Maryland, but across the country, is either to do one of two things. One, balance that discussion ideologically on campus. And if there is a balance, somehow we have to let the community know and let the public know that that balance does exist. Because right now, that's a big number. More than that's a lot more than half the people really truly believe that there is an ideological imbalance on our college campuses. And I think that's a big reason why folks are saying that it's not worth sending my kid to school, if that makes sense.
So I really appreciate your perspective. Very, very briefly, I respect that. I would like to follow up with you and share with you the Gallup poll, where these questions were similarly asked, but they went, of course, one step further. And they asked this question of the students, not of the general public. And so the students across American higher ed, in terms of a critical mass, they're not picking up the fact that there is a problem with intellectual diversity. Now, their parents may be picking that up, but the students, by and large, they are not seeing this in the way in which the general public has been led to believe. I'm not saying that there's not a small percentage of students, but on the campuses, according to the Gallup poll, that is not necessarily.
This is multiple. Well, eventually those students become part of the public. They become parents, and so somehow between the time that they're in school, when they're getting this so-called indoctrination, then when they leave and they go into the general public and they get a career and then eventually become parents, somehow their mind must change. Then now they believe and they look back, and now they, at some point when they become older, I guess their opinions change about higher. I'm just stating this is a reason why people think the way they do. And in my experience too, and just looking at some of the curriculum with some of the students in the University of Maryland, I know that there is a bias in our higher ed when it comes to the curriculum. This is just my opinion. It could be, again, I'm only one of 6 million people in Maryland, so but I'm just giving you an idea of where folks are coming from. That's all.
Yep. And as I said, I really do appreciate that, and I'm going to follow up with you. I do want to say on the record, though, that Morgan State University is in the business of teaching the truth. That is rooted in a long process of discovery. And we are not about, political polarization. It's just, these are the facts. And we believe in the facts, and we believe in the eternal search for knowledge and truth. And that's what we try and bring to our students.
Thank you so much. Dr. Phillips, would you like to have any closing remarks based on some of the questions and feedback?
Sure. Again, just thank you for your support. And, just picking up a little bit on this conversation, it's unfortunately conflated when we talk about liberal arts and sciences. The word liberal in this context came from thousands of years ago. It means free. It means free education, because education was limited for so long to only very few people. And so liberal arts literally means it's a free education. It's a free way of thinking. Free your mind, learn, grow, prosper. And I have to agree with my colleague, Dr. Wilson, here, that higher education institutions really at their core should be pursuing truth. And that's how we help our students learn to grow and think and prosper as citizens in the world. Thank you.
Thank you both for your time. This concludes this panel. We have one final panel for our higher education overview, and I'd like to welcome Matt Powers, the president of the Maryland Independent College and University Association, known as MICUA. And then we also have Dr. Brad Phillips, who represents the Maryland Community Colleges community.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, congratulations. Members of the committee, it's great to be before you again. First and foremost, I obviously want to thank you for your support last year in saving the Sellinger program. Our institutions, our students, our presidents are forever thankful for the support that you provided us to make sure that happened. You have my written remarks. You've already had a pretty long afternoon, but I just want to highlight a couple things that are in response to the analysis. Obviously on affordability, our institutions are working on affordability for our students, particularly Maryland students, every single day. As you know, Maryland is still a net exporter of students to out-of-state institutions. Over the past 2 years, we partnered with MSDE to have dedicated private application days in Maryland high schools where counselors focus exclusively on having students learn about and apply to MICUA institutions. As a second initiative, just this past year, for the first time, we partnered with Montgomery County Public Schools to host on-the-spot admission days for Montgomery County high school students. And both of these initiatives are obviously designed to ensure that we keep Maryland high school graduates in the state of Maryland. We have other examples in there that you can look to. On the teacher preparation front, as you know, MICUA plays an outsized role relative to the size of our institutions. We award about 40% of the teacher degrees in the state. Our schools focus on dual enrollment, introductory education, coursework, and partnerships with school systems and community organizations, like many of our counterparts. Very recently, Goucher College has proposed a partnership with MHEC to develop an accelerated Master of Arts in Teaching pathway to rapidly transition non-teachers in the classroom. The accelerated program would combine a 10-week summer intensive on-ramp that would provide candidates for conditional licensure and put them in the classroom by this fall, 2026. This would be the fastest way to get new teachers into the classroom to actually increase the numbers teaching our students. On the federal loan front, this is of great concern to our institutions. We spent the day yesterday with about 7 of our college presidents visiting the entire Maryland delegation. They were very concerned about the changes as well. Without question, the caps will hurt students and send them to private markets at higher interest rates. This sort of arbitrary quote-unquote professional versus quote-unquote non-professional degrees that is really a leftover statutory mechanism they tagged onto and refused to let go of will be problematic for a number of our students. And the elimination of Grad Plus is going to be completely devastating for so many students trying to pursue great careers and trying to lift themselves up by their bootstraps. Paying back those loans, we have about a 2.5% default rate. We've got great lenders. We've got students who are going to earn. We'd love to see a Maryland-based solution to this problem. We were talking about that with the delegation yesterday, but we recognize it's a tough thing to do. So currently we are in discussions with the Pennsylvania Higher Education Assistance Agency, who has recently expressed an interest in lending to Maryland students attending Maryland institutions. So previously they would lend to Maryland students attending institutions in Pennsylvania. And now we've just begun the discussions to see if they could lend to some students inside the state of Maryland. They've existed since the early 60s as a lending and grant giving organization. They have a lot of credibility, and so we will keep you posted on our progress, and hopefully we can share it with our other counterparts across the state. So with that said, you've had a long afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We will be seeing many of you very soon. You know how to reach us, and we look forward to continued discussions with you throughout session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I just want to lift up, I know it wasn't part of this presentation, but Delegate Forbes and I had an opportunity to go to Jessup Prison and see graduates of the Goucher Prison Collegiate Program in both the men and women's prisons, and it was a very, very impactful experience. And I just wanted to big up the work, particularly of Goucher in that respect. And Delegate Forbes, if you have any remarks.
It's incredible. It's a powerful day to visit, and I hope that many of you will attend as well. We're happy to facilitate visits to other committee members. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith. Also welcome Vice Chair Wallach. Just so you know, I too care about the whole person as a student as well. And other members of the committee, really appreciate the opportunity to talk today on behalf of the Maryland Association of Community Colleges. My name is Brad Phillips, the Executive Director of MAC. You've asked me 2 questions to respond to. I now have 4 points for the first question and 2 examples of the last question. But please know, if I don't mention the thing that you know about, it's just because I could sit here and talk all day about all the different things we're doing. Please ask a question. But I will try to weave together what I've already heard and not make you hear repeated things multiple times. So the first question you asked us was a very broad, expansive question about what are we doing to increase accessibility, affordability, and student services and ensure student success, as well as a number of other items in the question. I want to tout 2 ideas that we're doing. We're working with the evidence-based policy to implement the Coalition for Evidence-Based Policy to implement an accelerated study and associate programs model known as the ASAP. The Coalition for Evidence-Based Policy has awarded community colleges $14 million to do this, and the colleges that are participating are Hartford, Prince George's Community College, Warwick Community College, Community College of Baltimore County, and in collaboration with the Maryland Higher Education Commission. And the idea is that ASAP is an evidence-based proven strategy to help more students through to successfully complete their degree. And it's done so by helping them achieve their academic and personal and financial goals. I mean, this is a program that actually helps students who have some of the issues that we've already talked about, whether it be a flat tire, paying a utility bill. This is a program that will help that student be successful at their academic and career goals. Another program that we're working on is by DataKind, and we've talked about AI a little bit. DataKind is a model that uses AI to predict when students and calculate when they might become at risk before they actually fall into an academic trouble. We're working with one community college, Warwick Community College, for example, is implementing this. And the idea is that both of these will be a model and a pilot to see how effective they are. ASAP is not a cheap program, for example, and so we must be careful, starting something that once the funding is gone, we can't replicate and maintain. But it is a proven model, and we're hoping that DataKind will also help achieve greater student success. Certainly the evidence suggests so. The third item I wanted to talk about, too, was dual enrollment. We've heard a number of conversations about dual enrollment. And let me be clear, it's sort of a broad umbrella term for a lot of different programs, whether it be early college or some of the CTE offerings at community colleges. But the idea is it provides opportunities for students who are in high school to gain some type of academic or career opportunities while they're still in high school at a post-secondary institution. You have such a phenomenal model in the state of Maryland that was built into the blueprint. And a lot of the discussion here is around the implementation of the blueprint. But it's important to acknowledge that a major goal embedded in the blueprint was to help students achieve college and career readiness, particularly at a community college, by the end of 10th grade. This work was built on some of the great work that we had done since 2014 with another initiative. And at that time, it was up to 4 courses. Students could explore opportunities. We have evolved. We're putting students in courses that actually lead to a degree program. But again, if you're limited to 4, we're very careful as to what we're allowing. Major gateway courses that students have to take in order to get their associate's degree. But the thing is, I want to make certain that those opportunities are now not expanding at the rate that they should. As the chancellor has mentioned, we're 43 out of 50. We have this great model that was passed that would allow all students the opportunity to enroll in some type of dual enrollment program if they were deemed college and career ready at the end of 10th grade. And that has not been keeping up with the gains that we had made early in dual enrollment, where we were leading in the nation. And if you continue to maintain that as a cap, it will not take off to become what it could be. And I will just say the large economic investment that you're making in the blueprint is predicated on getting these students through getting them a college education or some type of credential so that they can begin to work in the economy. It is the pathway to help maintain these students and get them successful versus a model where they graduate from high school, don't enroll in college until 5 or 6 years later, then there's no pathway, no financial support, no anything. They're working full-time, have a family. This is a model which I would love to see grow and expand and really maintain the blueprint, as well as making sure there's equity in the way that it's rolled out. Certain counties have the ability to offer as many courses as they want, while others cap it at 4. So there's some huge inequities there that I hope this body can actually address while working with community colleges at a seat at the table. The last thing, really briefly, is some of the 2+2 dual enrollment opportunities that you've already heard. Great partnerships with Morgan, some of USM institutions, to make certain that students have pathways and they get support services while they're at the community college because they're automatically enrolled as well once they finish at the 4-year institution. Great partnerships and a great model going forward. The last question you asked me was about teacher preparation programs at community colleges. There's basically 2 pathways. We have a career transfer programs, and then we also have alternative pathways for career changers. The first one is great partnerships with our 4-year institutions and transfer from our associates and AAT model. And the last one, we have a number of examples, including CCBC's Pathway to Teacher and Career Changers, as well as Montgomery College's Early Childhood Education Alternative Certification Program that will help learners that already have a bachelor's degree to get the content they need pedagogically to be able to be in the classroom and get certification. And with that, I think I summarized everything, and I'm happy to take questions. I will just say one last thing. Tomorrow is our Student Advocacy Day. Thank you all. I hope you see students filling your halls and in your offices and really selling the case on some of the issues that are in front of us all this year. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I think it's important to lift up that our community colleges are both at the center of the implementation of the blueprint, but also seeding the pipeline for the teachers that we'll need, so you're right there in the middle of all of it, and also foundational to all discussions around affordability in higher education. I took many classes at community colleges while enrolled at Hampton University to save money. So
yes.
I get it. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you. This concludes the higher education overview. If people need to stand up, do some wiggling, whatever you need to do. Some people have been planted for a while. I understand that. Thank you, President Wilson. Thank you. I think President Phillips already left us. Thank you so much. So we'll begin with our budget analyst, Madeline Miller. We'll give a few moments for people to get situated, as some have to leave and enter. And then once they settle down, we can get started.
Committee. My name is Madeline Miller, and today I'll be presenting the DLS budget analysis for the Governor's Office for Children. This agency was reestablished in 2024 to promote the well-being of children and families and reduce the number of children living in poverty. It does so by staffing the Children's Cabinet, administering the Children's Cabinet Interagency Fund, or CCIF, and administering the Engaging Neighborhoods, Organizations, Unions, Governments, and Households, or ENOUGH initiative. The agency also provides technical assistance to local management boards, or LBMs, and coordinates with its many partners. In fiscal 2027, the allowance increases by $28.2 million to $92.9 million, as shown on the cover sheet. The allowance data includes a significant double count associated with the ENOUGH program that I want to draw your attention to. By design, the ENOUGH program has an associated special fund account. This special fund account is made up of previously unallocated or otherwise unspent dollars and a limited amount of interest income. There's no fee or special tax that allows the special fund to accumulate a balance. Instead, the General Assembly provides a general fund contribution to GOC for ENOUGH, and the money is paid out to recipients from the non-lapsing special fund account. Excluding funds that are duplicated, Exhibit 1 on page 2 shows that the agency only has the ability to spend about $60.9 million in the allowance out of that $92.9 million that I mentioned. Jumping forward to Exhibit 2 on page 4, the pie chart shows the spending plan for the $60.9 million. Most of the agency spending will be on its grant programs, with the ENOUGH program receiving $32 million, spending on local management boards from the CCIF and technical assistance being about $20.5 million, and $2 million going to the Baltimore City Children and Youth Fund, and $250,000 going to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Maryland under a new mandate. Chapter 242 of 2025 established a $250,000 general fund mandate for this purpose for fiscal 27 through 2030. As described in Chapter 408 of 2024, the ENOUGH initiative is intended to provide a direct investment from the state to support communities that have experienced multi-generational poverty and its consequences. Eligibility conditions change over time so that the highest areas of need can be prioritized. Grant awards are competitive, but the program's design is structured so that grantees are able to apply for additional funding as they advance in their capacity to implement a neighborhood action plan and provide a continuation of services in their communities. Programs that the grants fund must support at least one of the following pillars, with the first being high-quality childcare and education, the second being healthy and economically secure families, and the third being safe and thriving communities. Exhibit 3 on pages 5 and 6 describes how the budget changes from the working appropriation to the allowance. Most of the change is explained by spending on ENOUGH. In fiscal 26, Chapter 408 of 2024 mandated that at least $15 million in general funds be appropriated to the ENOUGH grant fund. Ultimately, $17 million was provided to GOC for the agency to use to make awards to its ENOUGH communities and to use up to $2 million of that amount for a capacity building grant to local management boards, or otherwise retain in the special fund account. No funding mandate exists for fiscal 2027. The allowance grows by $15 million in general funds to $32 million. The corresponding increase in the special fund authorization is a bit lower at $13.9 million due to the agency using some balance funds to make fiscal 26 awards. The agency's personnel budget also increases to reflect that GOC plans to fill its vacant positions in February and the remainder of fiscal 26. One area where there's no change in the budget is for this Children's Cabinet Interagency Fund and spending on local management boards. Exhibit 4 on pages 6 and 7 shows that funding for this purpose remains at the $20.3 million level. Another area with no change is spending for the Baltimore City Children and Youth Fund. Chapter 25 of 2019 established a $3.5 million general fund mandate for this purpose in fiscal 21 through 24. Funding was continued at that level in fiscal 25, and $2 million was provided in fiscal 26. As the funds are no longer mandated and in light of the state's fiscal condition, DLS recommends deleting the $2 million general fund appropriation for this purpose. The key observations section begins on page 8 with a discussion of the ENOUGH grant program. Fiscal 25 is the first year of the program, though grant award periods stretched into fiscal 26, as shown in Appendix 2. GOC awarded $13.1 million through 3 tracks, also referred to as pathways. Those pathways in the first year were partnership development, plan development, and implementation. Due to the grant term lengths for partnership and plan development tracks ending in June of 2026, most grantees are still receiving funds from their first year of awards. Through the fiscal 2027 Managing for Results submission, GOC reports that 100% of the grantees demonstrated compliance with all program requirements in calendar 2025. The 3 implementation grantees began reporting quarterly progress measures in the second quarter of calendar 2025, and GOC reports that 74% of the programs the grantees started achieved early signs of success with fidelity. Another requirement after under Chapter 408 is for GOC to annually prepare a report on the grant program that includes an accounting of financial receipts and expenditures and progress and outcome metrics. The report was published on January 26th. In the report, the agency report states that within the implementation communities, 81 programs are launched to address childhood poverty with efforts including food distribution, home repair assessments, rent assistance, in-home instruction for new parents, and financial literacy workshops. These communities are also tracking a combined 244 progress measures so that long-term changes and improvements can be observed. In addition to the funding provided directly to grantees via competitive awards, GOC also works with its partners and leverages other sources of funding for the enough communities. As reported in the agency's MFR, there were 23 state agency programs providing prioritization to enough communities in calendar 2025, and that amount totaled about $20.6 million. In the annual report, which was at a different point in time, GOC reports this figure as $23 million for fiscal 25. In its testimony today, GOC should clarify how much funding enough communities received in the program's first year from other state agencies. In addition to agency partners, GOC works with nonprofits and private sector partners on efforts related to at least one of the three pillars. These partners are collectively referred to as the Enough Alliance. Though some year one recipients are still in their award periods, GOC announced year two awards in December of 2025. The agency awarded $16.8 million to 26 recipients, as shown in Exhibit 5 on pages 11 and 12. While most funding is being provided to grantees who also got funding in year one, there are 3 who did not get year two funding and 2 new recipients as well. This funding was also given out under 4 tracks or pathways, to the same ones as in the first year and an additional one called early implementation. Before these award periods, the largest awards under year two go from October 2025 to September 2026. Though this funding ends in early fiscal 27, grantees in the remaining tracks have award periods that end in early fiscal 2028. Before these award periods are over, GOC is required to submit an evaluation of the Enough program to the governor and multiple committees of the Maryland General Assembly. This evaluation is due June 1st, 2027. Funding that is provided for the Enough initiative in fiscal 27 will be used to make year 3 awards. Under the program's current design, GOC reports that it plans to fund implementation communities for approximately 4 years, at which point GOC's direct funding would sunset. This model is intended to reward compliance with the program requirements and to build trust between the various partners. GOC will enter fiscal 27 with 3 grantees who received implementation awards in the first 2 years and 6 grantees receiving early implementation funding in the second year. If there's no change to the amount of funding these 3 communities receive between the second and third year, approximately $10.5 million would be needed for continuation awards in fiscal 27. In contrast, year 2 track development, plan development, and early implementation awardees have grant periods that don't end until September of 2027. In its testimony, GOC should discuss its use of 22-month awards and whether it intends to offer awards of this length in fiscal 28 or future fiscal years. In this discussion, the agency should clarify if grantees receiving awards that end in September 2027 will be eligible to apply for additional funding before fiscal 28 begins. Beginning in fiscal 27, additional communities are also eligible to participate in the Enough program and apply for funding. For awards made in fiscal 25 and 26, 12 of Maryland's jurisdictions had communities eligible for participation. The agency reports it does not yet have the information it needs to determine the number and location of additional communities. However, GOC anticipates that additional communities will apply for the competitive awards in the next fiscal year due to the expansion. GOC should comment on when it will determine which communities will be eligible to apply for funding in fiscal 27 through 29 and communicate this information to local governments. As previously discussed, the working appropriation includes up to $17 million in general funds into the special fund and $18.1 million in special fund expenditures, including the capacity building grant. Given that the agency has committed approximately $16.8 million in spending in the second year of awards, and approximately $1.9 million for the fiscal 26 grant to LMBs. There's unlikely to be a significant unallocated balance to access in fiscal 27 or future fiscal years in that special fund account. The allowance grows by approximately $15 million in general funds for spending on the grants, with the maximum special fund authorization increasing to $32 million. In light of the state's current fiscal condition, DLS recommends reducing the general fund appropriation for the enough grant fund account by $15 million and the special fund authorization by a corresponding amount to level fund the program at the fiscal 26 general fund appropriation. GOC may choose how it allocates the remaining funding between its enough grant program and the LMB capacity building grant. Discussion of the second issue, the agency's first year of MFR data begins on page 13. Exhibit 6 on page 14 provides the agency's mission and most performance measures related to 2 of its 3 goals. Data related to the first goal, which is that GOC will advance Maryland's commitment to supporting high poverty communities through the Enough initiative, is discussed with the first key observation. The second and third goals are to improve state agency and intergovernmental coordination to support efforts to reduce child poverty and improve economic mobility. The third is to improve the well-being of Maryland's children, youth, and families through the CCIF. One of the ways GOC works to improve state agency and intergovernmental coordination is through its Leadership in Community School Delivery program. This program involves 8 other state agencies and 10 local education agencies. In calendar 25, 26 schools participated. In its testimony, GOC should comment on its involvement with this program, including planned activities in fiscal 26 and 27. The third and final key observation on youth out-of-home placement begins on page 15. The 4 primary agencies that oversee the welfare of children placed outside of the home are the Department of Human Services, Department of Juvenile Services, Maryland Department of Health, and the Maryland State Department of Education. Language in the fiscal 26 budget restricted funds from the data reporting agencies until GOC submitted this report on their behalf. The number of youth experiencing at least one out-of-home placement in fiscal 25 was 5,723, very slightly lower than the fiscal 2024 level of 5,730 youth. Exhibit 7 on page 16 shows the rate of out-of-home placements per 1,000 youth by jurisdiction. Most jurisdictions, 14, had fewer out-of-home placements in fiscal 25 than in 2024 or in 2023. Those 5,723 youth experienced 13,562 placements. Compared with fiscal 24, that's about 5% higher. Just under half of those placements were within the county of origin, and only 4% of placements were out of state. Exhibit 8 on page 17 shows the number of placements that were out of state from fiscal 21 to 25 and the various types of placement, as well as a line to show the number of youth experiencing those placements. Of the 324 youth in out-of-state placements in fiscal 25, most were in community homes. Compared to prior years, a larger percentage of children were placed in an out-of-state hospital compared with fiscal 24 and with fiscal 23. GOC and the data reporting agencies have substantially fulfilled the requirements set forth by the fiscal 26 budget language. DLS therefore recommends that $100,000 in withheld general funds for each of DHS, DJS, DDA, and MSDE be released, and will process a letter to this effect if no objections are raised by the committees during the hearings this session. DLS further recommends adding a section to the budget bill restricting funds in each of the data contributing agencies for the 2026 out-of-home placements report. Recommended actions, such as those just mentioned, begin on page 19, and a summary of JCR responses from GOC can be found on page 22 of the report. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions from the committee at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your presentation. Are there any questions for our analyst? I'm seeing none. We welcome up Special Secretary Martin and the Governor's Office of Children. Any team members you would like to join you as well?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Smith and Vice Chair Wallach and all the members of the committee for affording us the opportunity to appear before you today as you review the proposed operating budget for the Governor's Office for Children for the fiscal year of 2027. I also want to thank Ms. Madeline Miller, our DLS analyst, for her thoughtful and thorough analysis. I am Carmel Martin, Special Secretary for the Governor's Office for Children, and I'm joined today by Cleo Hirsch, our Chief of Staff, and Ojeda Hall-France, our fabulous new Executive Director of the Enough Initiative. I'm grateful to all of our partners who've joined us today, some of whom are going to testify a little bit later. We're excited that many of our grantees are here, but we also have representatives from the Mayor's Office with Dr. Brooks and other partners like Baltimore's Promise. So very grateful for them coming out to speak to you all as well. The GOC's principal mission is to drive programs and initiatives that leverage the full weight of state government to maximize Maryland's investments in children and families. Over the last year, we've worked to break down barriers and enhance coordination across state government to ensure that the approximately $7 billion that Maryland spends on child poverty fighting programs reaches the people and communities most in need. Highlights from this work over the last year include increasing Marylanders' access to essential benefits like the Maryland Earned Income Tax Credit and Child Tax Credit through an expanded awareness campaign. Co-led by the GOC and the Comptroller's Office, we first launched the campaign in 2025. Through agency collaboration, we reached out directly to low-income Marylanders through direct communications, social media, and public engagements. We saw a meaningful decrease in the share of EITC-eligible Maryland residents who did not file for the credit. In other words, we increased the number of those eligible claiming the credit. This year, we're expanding the campaign from 5 participating agencies to 13, and we expect to have millions of touch points with Marylanders through our efforts. In addition, through cross-agency partnerships, we've expanded and improved the delivery of state programs and resources into Maryland's community schools. This year, in partnership with the Maryland Department of Education, the GOC formally launched the Community Schools Delivery Program, which now has matched 10 state agencies, up from 8 last year, with community schools across 10 school districts. This program is developed is helping to inform the administration's understanding of the needs of community schools and how best to support them. But it also assists students and families with services such as housing support, benefits enrollment, setting up school-based health centers, and job training for parents. In the last year, the GOC has also leveraged state and philanthropic partnerships to support the state's investments in children and families. For example, through the Enough Alliance, Blue Meridian Partners has committed up to $5 million in funding to provide training and technical support to community school staff in districts across the state. We've also fostered a successful private, state, and local partnership between DJS, GOC, Maryland Local Management Boards, and philanthropic partner Arnold Ventures to expand Big Brothers and Big Sisters community mentoring programs, tripling the state's investment in this program and expanding its reach to an additional 1,000 young people. This year, the GOC also facilitated a successful first year of the Enough Grant Program, which aims to reduce the number of children living in poverty through targeted grants to communities with high concentrated rates of child poverty. While moving the needle on child poverty won't happen overnight, in its first year, grantees already realized a tangible impact. We've seen this impact with respect to 3 core objectives. The first, implementing programs that are making a difference in Marylanders' lives. The second is leveraging existing investments to ensure they work better and attract new private investments. And third, building a sustainable civic infrastructure necessary to create lasting change at the neighborhood level. First, I want to highlight the real-life impact of ENOUGH. ENOUGH grantees have implemented 81 evidence-based programs that are helping increase access to good jobs, good schools, quality health care, and safe neighborhoods. These programs are having an immediate and direct impact. For example, ENOUGH grant dollars have helped a single mom in Hagerstown who faced eviction from public housing. Working with an ENOUGH funding housing and job counseling program, she received employment and was able to stay in her home. In Park Heights, a mother received support for her nonverbal son through an ENOUGH-funded program that provided in-home instructional visits from a counselor to prepare her son for preschool. These are just a couple examples of the impact that we're seeing. Second, ENOUGH has served as the glue connecting communities to additional funding sources, including state agency grants and philanthropy. This is helping generate the sustained investments needed to truly transform neighborhoods where poverty has gone uninterrupted, often for decades. And it's delivering a higher return on your investment in the ENOUGH grant program. In fact, by strategically leveraging additional state and philanthropic support, Maryland has seen a 3-to-1 return on the state dollars initially invested in the ENOUGH grant program. Communities have successfully braided this philanthropic funding together with state funding. For example, in Cherry Hill, 148 students are receiving math tutoring through a partnership with UMBC and private funding through the ENOUGH Philanthropic Alliance. And in Hagerstown, Sanmar Family and Community Services used ENOUGH funding to source a location and license for an additional child care center. But when faced with a small funding gap for necessary renovations that would have prevented the center from reopening, an ENOUGH Alliance member stepped in and committed $100,000, enabling the completion of this center. The center just opened, increasing the community's child care capacity for an additional 46 children. Third, with respect to building the infrastructure needed at the local level to enable and sustain this work, ENOUGH grantees have put community members in the driver's seat, bringing more than 12,000 Marylanders together through programming and events. And our grantees have built a network of more than 550 partners who are working together across sectors and issue areas: education, healthcare, workforce, housing, community safety, and often for the first time. All of this work is being reinforced and amplified by our collaboration with the local management boards in all 24 jurisdictions in the state. Together, we are fostering cross-sector partnerships and building local capacity to use data and understand funding opportunities that exist at the federal, state, and local level. This is resulting in powerful collaborations that would not otherwise exist without these grant dollars. For example, when a one-on-one intensive tutoring program was at risk of shutting down at City Springs Elementary School in Baltimore City, ENOUGH grantee Urban Strategies used grant dollars to revive the program. Grant dollars were then amplified with the additional funding from a local community association, who is also an established member of their ENOUGH partnership table. Before ENOUGH, there was little coordination between the local schools and these community organizations. Through these activities, building robust partnerships and fostering deep resident engagement, ENOUGH isn't just funding programs, it's funding leadership. With that, I'd like to now turn to our responses to the DLS analysis, also included in our written testimony. On page 7, DLS recommends deleting the $2 million general fund appropriation for the Baltimore City Children and Youth Fund. We respectfully disagree. Baltimore City has the largest proportion of Maryland children living in poverty at 19.1%, representing more than 30,000 children. The purpose of this fund remains necessary, and its impacts have been tangible. Funding has supported valuable housing support, out-of-school time programs, and child care initiatives. In addition, these investments have played a critical role in the city's all-of-the-above strategy to reduce crime. As you know, violent crimes have decreased to historic lows, and opioid deaths have been cut in half since 2022. On page 10, DLS requests clarification on how much funding enough communities received in the program's first year from other state agencies. The GOC has calculated that enough communities have received approximately $23 million in state agency grant awards during the program's first year. For more information on how the GOC is tracking state agency grant awards to enough communities, please refer to our written testimony. On page 12, DLS requests we discuss our use of 22-month awards for the Enough Grant Program and whether we intend to offer 22-month grants in future years. The 22-month grants are designed to allow communities to launch activities with a guarantee that those activities could be sustained for 2 years. This provides more certainty to communities as they plan activities and make spending decisions. This is particularly important in communities with large funding disparities and community-based organizations who rely heavily on inconsistent grants and changing funding landscapes. However, these grants are not sufficient to ensure continued momentum towards poverty-fighting efforts in these communities. Therefore, if the GOC receives requested funding, grantees will be given the opportunity this year to apply for enough awards. While these awards would overlap in time period with their current grants, they would not overlap in scope. Grants would support activities that have not yet been funded but are critical to the success of these communities' neighborhood action plans. For example, a grantee who receives funds for this year to implement education programs might receive funding next year to expand that program or implement a housing initiative. Or grantees who completed their planning phase could continue to support governance and partnership activities while leveraging new dollars to begin to implement their neighborhood action plan. All grantees will be required to show how remaining unspent funds will be integrated with and not duplicative of requested funds this year. On page 13, DLS requests the GOC explain when we will finalize which communities will be eligible to apply for enough funding in fiscal 2027 through 2029. Our office determines eligibility every year based on the latest census data, poverty rates, and school catchment zones. We work with all 24 local educational agencies, MSDE, and the Maryland Department of Planning to pull together this data and update our eligibility map. By June, this eligibility map will be published on the GOC's website, shared with local governments and all interested applicants to the Enough program. For more details on this process, please refer to our written testimony. On page 13, DLS is recommending the GOC reduce the general fund appropriation for the Enough grant account by $15 million. We respectfully disagree. The design of the Enough initiative requires increased funding to be successful and support communities as they move through the 3 pathways of the program. Communities progress from establishing robust cross-sector partnerships to developing investable neighborhood action plans to implementing programs to support children and families. Only communities that meet high standards by successfully completing grant activities are eligible to advance to the next pathway. After the first year of Enough, 15 of 24 grantees will be progressing to the next pathway of the Enough program. For communities to sustain this momentum, Enough must receive an increase in funding. Fully funding Enough will give every community the opportunity to scale their work. This would enable additional communities to launch and expand data-informed, evidence-based programs that will increase the number of child care centers, reduce chronic absenteeism, create apprenticeship opportunities, support out-of-school time programs, and more. It is through the sustained operation of these programs where Enough will see results and Maryland will see a systemic reduction in child poverty. In contrast, flat funding Enough would force communities to stall their progress. This would not only compromise the program's ability to make an impact, it would also diminish these communities' trust in state government. Enough grantees have been dedicated and intentional in their work to bring partners and residents to the table. They have demonstrated they are capable of scaling their activities. Additionally, the Enough Act statute increasing eligibility for the program in FY27. Therefore, Enough requires funding increase to expand to newly eligible communities. On page 15, DLS asks the GOC to comment on the community school delivery program, including planned activities in fiscal years 2026 and 2027. As I mentioned in my earlier testimony, the Community Schools Delivery Program is a high priority initiative for the Maryland Children's Cabinet. Our goal is to expand and improve the delivery of state programs and resources through the community school model. We hope to fully maximize the impact of the approximately $500 million flowing to schools this year, so that children can be academically successful by bringing agencies and in enough communities, neighborhood-based partners to the work being done in our schools. At the same time, we are creating meaningful partnerships with educators within our community schools to help inform our statewide efforts to tackle poverty. Because we know that educators and community school coordinators are trusted messengers for families and have a deep understanding of needs of not just the children in their school, but their families. Additional information on the Community Schools Delivery Program is included in our written testimony. Lastly, I want to turn your attention to page 18 with respect to the filing of the out-of-home placement report. We take no position on the DLS recommendations regarding the release of funds in the DLS report. We would like to clarify that the GOC does not contribute data to the report, but merely aggregates it on behalf of our sister agencies. Thank you for your attention, and we stand ready to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions for the Special Secretary? Delegate Forbes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your presentation today and the questions, your thorough answers to the questions. But do you not have any idea when we raise the poverty rate to 75% from 80, when we lower to that, like how many more census tracts will be available to participate? And I'll share this with you. A nonprofit in my area really worked very hard with your office to try to unlock some of these funds for ongoing work that they do, and found that there were so few census tracts in Baltimore County that qualified that they weren't eligible for it. So do you have any idea how many more census tracts will be unlocked when we go from 80 to 75%?
Sure. Thank you for that question. We have a general sense that there will be many counties that don't have eligible census tracts now that will come online. But we also, the census data just came out like in the past week, and so we don't want to project. That being said, we will be working with our local management boards to sort of preview as soon as the data is coming in where we believe there will be eligibility. The local management boards did a terrific job mobilizing neighborhood-based organizations and helping them get ready to apply, and so we'll want to give the local government organizations as much time as possible to help folks get ready for the next phase. And the other thing I would just add is we are deeply committed to having a statewide impact. So through our partnership with all 24 local management boards and the capacity building enough grant that they receive, we're also encouraging and working closely with local management boards to support those organizations even as they may not yet be eligible for the neighborhood-based grant program. So that's how we're looking at it, and we will publish the map, as soon as it's ready. We're certainly not going to sit on it. It's just a matter of like that data coming out and building the files.
And Delegate, we can follow up with you about the organization that you're describing and the communities that they're targeting, because we can't publish an official map before we do the analysis with respect to the census data, but we could look at last year's data and work with you to see if we can get a sense of where they will fall.
That would be really helpful, because they are working in the highest concentration of poverty schools in Baltimore County, and they still don't even qualify. So thank you.
We'll follow up.
Are there any other questions for the panel?
No, no, thank you.
I have several, because no surprise, I'm sure. So just want to lift up that our legislature obviously established the community schools program before enough, so It's already something that we contemplated as a need. Both of my children go to community schools, so just reemphasizing that for the record. There were a couple of things I wanted to follow up on. So I know that there is the Children's Cabinet that meets with the sister agencies and has a couple of areas of focus. Are those meetings public?
They're not, it's an internal working group essentially, yeah, so it's not public, but we
is there
meet
any
every.
opportunity for legislators to be more involved?
Absolutely, we'd be happy to.
Like in a more
meet with
formal
you.
way?
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
I
that'd
think
be
that
great.
would be really important, especially because you're dealing on some really sensitive issues. I know, like with the pediatric overstays, and then also some of the young people being held in hotels, as some of you may know. Ms. Kanaya Ward lost her life in my district in a hotel, not being properly supported. And so I think this is a statewide problem, but I think a lot of people would like to be more involved in some of those really sensitive conversations because I believe she was a resident from either Prince George's or Charles County, but young people can end up anywhere in the state, when they're receiving some of these supports. Another question I had is that I didn't see in any of your written testimony any discussion around the freezing of the child care scholarships, because with that being such a central charge of the Governor's Office of Children is accessibility for child care and for education, it felt to me like a curious kind of omission, because while I am thrilled for some of the individual funding efforts that expanded 46 seats here or this, that, and other, on the whole, there's probably nothing closer to a silver bullet as providing more access to childcare compared to everything that we do in this nation to lift children out of poverty. It's about as straightforward economic infrastructure as there is as helping people go to work so that their children are properly and safely taken care of. So I wanted to know, does the Governor's Office of Children have a position on how to either ease or erase the burdens of the child care subsidy freeze? Because when I think about the question from my colleague about census tracts not always meeting the notion of there is poverty here, but not at scale at census tract, the child care subsidy goes to your individual status of poverty, not to your census tract level. So it actually doesn't even, it's not adversely impacted by that kind of assessment of census tract level of poverty. So I want to know, is that something that you have a position on or strategies around or a prioritization around?
Thank you so much for that question. So we, our colleagues at the Maryland Department of Education actually were just across the hallway at a hearing on this topic, and that is something that we have been working with them on. Very proud of the progress that's been made thanks to the legislature and the governor to grow the child care scholarship program. This is an issue that is very near and dear to my heart. I have spent a lot of my career working on issues of early education and care. I think with respect to the Governor's Office for Children, we're playing a supporting role to the work that MSDE is doing in that space and helping our focal point, because we are so focused on children living in poverty, is to strategize on how we can ensure that in the scholarship program, given the limits of funding, given the larger funding constraints, how can we make sure that children in lower income families are sort of first in line for those resources. I think if you look at the data of those who are participating, it's skewed in the opposite direction. So that's something that we've had conversations with our colleagues at MSDE about. We're also working with MSDE, the Commerce Department, DHCD, Department of Labor to help tackle the issue of supply on a broader scale. That's not going to address the demand side pressure in terms of scholarship, but we do think it's still useful. There's lots of families where there's just no high quality option. So that's something that we have used the Children's Cabinet to strategize around and look for opportunities. And I think the third thing I'd say is that as we're working with the communities with the highest concentrations of poverty in the state, the enough jurisdictions, for each of our grantees, this is a focal point for them. As I described the example in terms of of Hagerstown. There's another example in Chair Smith's district, Central Baltimore Partnership. They're here with us today. That's really focused on this and focused on how we can match students in those the community with existing under-enrolled preschool programs and childcare slots, and also looking at supply side strategies around helping to train providers and identify new sites for childcare providers. So we really have to look at all dimensions of the problem. Definitely take the point that providing additional financial assistance, particularly for families at the lowest end of the income spectrum, remains a high priority. I know it's a priority for the governor. And through our coordinating role, we're trying to ensure that we're doing everything we can to support MSDE as they work on those incredibly important issues.
No, I'm so glad you mentioned the supply side because it's both. One of the things I wanted to ask if you had considered, because I believe the apparatus surrounding Enough has been so successful at attracting external investment from philanthropy and other private sector partners, but I think Maryland as a state is actually not as strategically placed around having more private sector and philanthropic investments in childcare the way some of our neighboring states have much more of a private sector conversation around the importance of childcare. So I wanted to know, is the Governor's Office of Children positioned or interested in inviting into the conversation around how we fund childcare more philanthropic and private sector investment to kind of braid with the state investment, similar to what we're doing for the Enough grantees, but for the purposes of childcare? I wanted to know if that's something you're interested in doing or are doing.
Yes, is I think the short answer. We've had some conversations, again, with our colleagues with MSD about how we might be able to approach that from a statewide vantage point. Again, our focus is very much on families at the lower end of the income spectrum and the communities that have suffered from decades of neglect and in many instances discriminatory policies, which we are focused on in the context of the Enough jurisdiction, the Enough context. And we have been able to secure philanthropic support like the one I described in Hagerstown. That was part of a larger, that $100,000 contribution that I described as part of a larger, essentially private sector commitment that we're able to receive that's specifically targeted towards early care and education. So as we're going out there and preaching to the private sector about the need for partnership, specifically with respect to the Enough jurisdictions, because they are always going to be at the top of our list. Of course. But more broadly, with respect to statewide initiatives, we have been lifted up early care and education. As I'm sure you're aware, some private sector actors are more, they tend to focus on particular areas. So we're trying to get the support for Maryland's children and families where we can, but we are hopeful that we'll be able to secure even additional commitments in this space as we move forward with the work. A little bit of it is having stories to tell, like the story that we told about Hagerstown and about Central Baltimore Partnerships. I think those kinds of stories really ring true for philanthropists and private sector actors, because it shows how their money is getting an ROI based on other investments. Right. If you want to add
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we have also with us the Y of Central Maryland and Charmaine Turner, who in your district is doing a child care apprenticeship program that's leveraging both philanthropy as well as the local high school to come up with solutions around childcare. So I hope she does get a chance to talk about that.
I just got to dig in with you guys before you run away, because it's like 24 other people that signed up, so I might not see you again. And so I just want to thank you for bearing with me, because we're under extraordinary stress. We have a $1.4 billion deficit. And so I have to say, we're at a point where 50% of our schools across the state are community schools. That gives me some heartburn, because there's some unevenness in the delivery of the community school experience. I mean, we know some phenomenal community schools, and then we know some where that coordinator might be really struggling, right? And so now with the expansion from 80 to 75% poverty, making new census tracts eligible, I'm just concerned that will we have fully assessed the efficacy of how the current grantees are doing before we're opening the door for new people. I just really feel like our state, it's a pretty small state, but we're under a lot of scrutiny about what does it look like to be passing state dollars to external third parties and nonprofits. What does that look like? There's just a lot of concern, and I want to make sure that we can always defend that we're not opening the doors to new parties until we have a great handle on the impact of the people that we've already stood up and want to support. And so I put it this way, you can do things, but it doesn't always mean you should do things. So I'm just trying to get a sense of like, do you feel compelled to have to expand just because you're allowed to? Or, I mean, what are the factors that help you consider if this still makes sense to do so?
And thank you for that question. In that context, are you talking about expanding vis-a-vis enough or community schools? Enough. First, we're very conscious of the need to expand at a responsible rate. We think our budget submission would allow for at a responsible level of expansion. Our budget request would not allow for a significant increase in the number of organizations served for exactly the reason you're describing. We want to make sure we get it right. But the way the program is set up is designed to allow for responsible growth in terms of, in the first year, in our first cycle, most of the grantees were not given money to implement. They were given money to either build partnership tables, because as you know, Chair Smith, this program is really based on this concept that we are taking really very modest investments. These are small grants in the scheme of things to help people form partnership tables and work across silos. I think a big problem, particularly in communities like this, is our programs don't work well. They need people to come together in a partnership table to figure out how they can make the whole greater than the sum of the parts. How can they braid existing funding streams? How can they get a little bit of philanthropic dollar to fill a gap so the money that is flowing there can be fully leveraged? And we have lots of examples of how our grantees are doing just that on a daily basis. But we start with relatively small grants to help build that partnership table and make sure another big part of the theory of action is that often government does things to communities and doesn't empower communities to solve problems, because that's where the solutions is at the community level. So a big part of that first phase, and these are small grants, is to help that partnership table build a common vision for what they want to see in their community. Then when they're ready, they can move to a second phase, which is to develop a neighborhood action plan. There's lots of needs assessments and asset mapping already happening in communities, but it gives including the ones done by community schools, they have to be at the partnership table. So they're trying to create, again, a plan that lifts up the vision of the residents in that community, but also leverages things that are already happening, making sure that what's happening in the community school is not disconnected from what's happening in the community development organization, not disconnected from what's happening through the local workforce board. So they spend time going through a plan development phase. And only once they have a high quality neighborhood action plan do they move to implementation. But the program doesn't work if there isn't increasing funding levels. We started small. We only had 3 implementation grantees in the first year. If we're going to fulfill the promise of this program, the appropriation must grow or it's just not going to work. We fully appreciate the demands on the budget and how hard your jobs are, and how hard the governor's job was in putting together a budget. I guess what we would say is that this initiative, it's worth the pain of growing the appropriation because we're getting a lot of bang for the buck. And we believe very strongly that we're making other funding streams work better. We're getting more return on those investments. If you look at the funding here versus the child care scholarship or the community schools, it's very, very small, but it is focused on helping making those investments work better. Yep. And we are all in with respect to to community schools. I'll turn it to my colleague Ojeda, who can speak directly to this as she just came from helping to run community schools. But I just want to say that not only are we working on the community schools' success in terms of our delivery project, where we're saying to all our children's cabinet colleagues, you got to be all in on this as well, because if we got to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. If we're asking people at the school level, at the district level to think across education, workforce, housing, we got to do it too, and we have to understand what's happening at the school level for us to be good partners to the school. So that's the theory of action behind that pilot program. But secondly, the Governor's Office for Children is working very closely with Maryland Department of Education to support school districts, because we share your concerns that the program has scaled up too quickly. And in the city, in Baltimore City, you've all been doing it for quite a while. So much more, but in some other parts of the state, we were hearing from school districts, from principals, that they needed help, and we were able to secure private sector funding to provide technical assistance to school districts across the state, working with Towson University and the Communities in Schools model. So we are all in on making sure the success of that program, but we think enough is part of the solution, particularly in the communities we're talking about, where they need additional assistance to help bring the community-based organizations to the schools. They were already there, but being able to turbocharge that is really important in the communities that we're working in. And if I could just give Ojeda a chance to weigh in.
I like to think about enough as kind of playing offense. I was saying to President Wilson that he has some offensive players on his women's basketball team, one of which was my cousin, who really needed to have their shot. I'm very short, but I played basketball in high school. My coach made me play a lot of defense, but every now and then the coach was like, you have a shot that you need to take. And I remember a particular game where I shot 3 in a row. Like, we have to give our communities a chance to shoot their shot and play offense. I know while the state is playing defense, we need to play offense. I'll just share 2 quick examples that we're really proud of. I am a proud former executive director of an organization that wasn't enough grantee that also had 12 community school coordinators. And they really wanted not only to hit their school goals, but they really wanted to serve families and make a big impact and get at the root causes of chronic absenteeism, academic reading scores and math scores. One day we were sitting at a partnership table and we were looking at the chronic absenteeism rates for 5 schools: Dorothea Heights, Historic Samuel Coleridge, Taylor, Fermanagh, Templeton, Renaissance, Booker T. Those chronic absenteeism scores ranged from 45% to like 60+% chronic absenteeism. One of the partners that would not have been at this table had we not had the enough grant said, here's a transportation strategy. The problem is we don't have the transportation. How can we figure that out? Another partner said, well, we have 3 vans that are sitting idle during the daytime hours. We just need them for after school. But if you want to take those vans and put them on the street in the early morning hours in shifts with the attendance teams and the community school coordinators, we can do that. And then another partner said, and we understand sometimes students, chronic absenteeism is a complex problem. There are 20 different reasons, but one of the reasons is also not having clean clothes. And so there was a business partner, Blank Slate, who came to the table and said, we will put washing machines in those 4 schools. And so those are conversations I would have just been having with myself and our community school coordinators about how to reduce chronic absenteeism. But because we had a partnership table of powerful players, we were able to come up with a solution. The other example that I think is really powerful, and again, I hope the Y talks about this in your district, is around workforce for young people graduating from Mervo. Mervo wanted workforce opportunities. The Y wanted to do workforce training programs. Their funders wanted to see workforce happen. The neighborhood associations wanted to see workforce happen, but had it not been, before enough, they were sitting at those tables working in silos alone. After enough, they came together, and one of those partners said, we've got some funding to support workforce at Mervo. It solved the WISE problem, it solved Mervo's problem, it solved the neighborhood association's problem, and as a result, 25 students will have access to workforce training programs that would not have happened without the Enough grant. And so these partnership tables they are profoundly important in the work.
You could not have set me up better for my next question, actually.
Oh, no.
And it's so funny because, I appreciate everything you're saying. I'm just a systems thinker, so I'm always trying to think about how can things be felt, not in episodic ways or here and there, but how can these be things that benefit everyone? So some people may know that last session, I sponsored a bill that we passed to establish the chronic absenteeism task force that will now be coming out with the toolkit and all the stuff that, will help everyone. But I also wanted to lift up that while many of these organizations are close to the ground, a lot of the problems are not ground level solutions. The two biggest impediments to economic mobility are transportation and childcare. Those aren't really things that any individual grantee can solve for. But when I look at the children's sub-cabinet, or cabinet rather, I don't see the Department of Transportation at the table. I represent the most transit-dependent jurisdiction in the state, and the most transit-dependent demographic are children and people experiencing disabilities. And yet they are not considered in terms of a conversation about their welfare. Our actual bus system in Baltimore is not as robust as it is in parts of the state where they have many more choice riders, people who walk past a car to get onto the metro and get into a bus. Our population is transit dependent and yet has to, people are sometimes not only missing school, but are late for school and getting tardies simply because they don't have reliable bus. Is there an opportunity to weave in more formal participation of our transit leadership in the state to be a part of this conversation? Because to me, you can't have a real conversation about helping Baltimore City youth if you're not having a transportation conversation. And last week, we had students from City College come in while the school is closed, so they still found a way to get here, to say how often they're penalized because the bus is letting them down and they're getting tardies and they're getting all these things. And so I just want to make sure we're not putting, I guess I'm concerned that the rhetoric around what Enough will solve for is mismatched with the fact that these are larger systemic challenges. And so I just want to right-size the conversation. What Enough is doing is important, but the challenges and the scope of the challenges are far beyond what any individual grantee can receive funds for. So is there an opportunity to articulate more needs around transit and transportation access as a part of your imperative as the Governor's Office of Children and for the work that you're doing with your Enough grantees?
Short answer there is yes, and actually that is something that we are doing. The Maryland Department of Transportation is not in the statute in terms of being a member of the Children's Cabinet, but no member of the Cabinet has been untouched by the Enough initiative. We have talked about it in full Cabinet meetings, but more importantly, we have worked with all our Cabinet colleagues, because your point is such a good one, Chair Smith. And this is where the value of this program, as we've delved into the needs of the communities that we're going deep in, we are discovering these systemic issues. And what we've been working hard to do is, as we're going deep and wide in the Enough communities, learning lessons that then we take to broader conversations with respect to the broader Children's Cabinet. Not just in terms of transportation, but also DHCD is a member of the Children's Cabinet, which was not historically the case, but because we were so focused on a place-based lens per the Governor's directive, we from the beginning did include DHCD, but then as we're working in these communities, we're discovering how you really have to be on the ground to understand what all the different systemic, not just obstacles, but also opportunities. For example, as we started working with Cherry Hill, we realized that our Department of Natural Resources actually had a tremendous amount to offer to their goals in terms of their community community development plans because they are waterfront property. So there was funding that could be deployed there to support the neighborhood's vision for its transformation, but also some obstacles. In Cherry Hill, we also discovered that one of their biggest obstacles is to get to a transit station there. You have to go across, it's very dangerous. You have to go across old railroad tracks. So we are working with them and brought the Maryland Department of Transportation to the conversation, talked to the folks in the mayor's office about how we could get a pedestrian bridge to help facilitate that. So it really that's just an example that brings home your point. But big picture, to zoom out, so we are bringing the full force of the state government to support these communities. As they enter into implementation phases, we're trying to form tiger teams where we're bringing state agencies to the table to help us problem solve with the communities. But big picture, we see the governor said when he first testified about Enough, he said it's not just a program, it's a way of governing. He really believes that, and that is his directive to me. So we are trying to ensure that the work we're doing that has a statewide lens is being prioritized in the communities with the highest concentrations of children living in poverty, but conversely, our work in those communities is informing how we're behaving as a state. As we're helping our Enough communities figure out how to make sure everybody gets the CTC and EITC, we're bringing those ideas to the comptroller and saying, oh, we could do this together and we might be able to better reach families. So we are taking very much a systems level approach, but at the same time, we're going deep in these communities to help make progress, accelerate progress in those places, but also to have stories to tell that we can, share as we move this movement across the state. Because we do want to get to every part of the state, to every community. We want to get to that community in Baltimore County. And we are using our relationship with the local management boards to help us also get us at a systems level approach. They have been such great partners to us in helping us think about how they can do their work across counties and across the city in that way as well.
Okay, it's almost over. This is brutal exchange with me. It's almost over. And so I guess the one thing I would want to lift up is that this is not my budget, but it is the transportation, CTP budget. There is no funding for the Be More Bus plan. It's an approved plan to make our bus system more workable and reliable, and there's zero funds in it. And so I would submit those are the types of things I would love for you to internally be advocating for as we externally advocate. And again, people had to come up here in the freezing, weather on Monday, yesterday, asking for our support, Monday rather, and I'm just like, it gets really tiring seeing the people I represent have to fight for basics, and other people get to come here and ask for extras, and they're just trying to get the dignity, recognized. And so I just wanted to lift that up, that sometimes the most impactful things we could do for people, they're just not sexy. They don't have an acronym. They're not always shiny, but they mean so much to everyday people, and they actually coincide with your mission. So the last question I have is very specific about the Elevate grantee that I know is doing some great work that's complementary to the mission of the West North Avenue Development Authority. I just wanted to know, it seems like their performance has been fairly high, but I think they're wondering, is there opportunity for them to be considered for greater levels of funding corresponding with the impact they're having at a more neighborhood level? And that's my last question.
Well, we're just thrilled with the work that Elevate's able to do, and I think Alex is with us today and will be able to share directly. So, we're hoping that we will be able to secure additional resources to support Elevate's work, as well as other current grantees. We were not able to give as much funding as we would have liked to our existing grantees, but we are working every day to try to secure additional commitments from private sector, and again work with all of our grantees around how other state funding that exists, some of it on a competitive basis, how we can help ensure that the Enough grantees know about it and have the ability to apply for it and hopefully secure it. We've created what we call a fiscal map, where we're mapping state federal, state, and local funding opportunities and helping our communities to map that against their goals and objectives so we can pull down every dollar that we can on behalf of our grantees.
I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any other questions? Delegate Tolles?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. You were great with your questions. I just had a quick question. I apologize. I don't know this question. I guess I should, but do the enough grants, are they individuals, organizations that apply, or does the governor's office kind of give them out?
Delegate, they apply to be eligible for a grant. There is criteria around the community that you're serving, falling into the parameters under the statute in terms of concentrations of children living in poverty. But also to apply, you must represent a partnership. So it's not just an individual organization. You need to represent a partnership that has to include, at a minimum, a community-based organization.
Yes, I'm sorry to cut you off. I know we asked some time. I understand that. I just wanted to know, because I have the criteria. I just wanted to know if it's an application process or is it the governor's like, hey, I know these community needs. Application. Thank you so much. And again, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No
I didn't
worries.
want you to
Thanks.
go. Thank you.
No, thank you, Delegate Tolles. She's a new member of the Appropriations Committee, you know, so some of this is new opportunities.
And UCAP is one of the grantees in your district.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes.
So that is the conclusion of our panel for this particular agency, but now we're having public testimony. And so I don't want to shock everyone, but everyone else we heard today are the agencies we oversee, so there is a 2-minute time limit for testimony for the public, so I just want anyone to be shocked, like, Secretary Martin got to talk for, it's just a little different, The Chancellor, we have their budget, so it's a little different, so thank you.
And I'm sure they'll be more compelling than me, but they'll do it in 2 minutes. They're ready.
No, thank you so much. And so I guess what we'll do is I'll start off with Yolanda Jiggets, Elizabeth Wiseman, Bishop Troy Randall, and Tamika Gray. I believe there's seating for that many. Thank you so much. As you're getting seated, just letting you know that we have Laura Hyde in our team that will be timing, and we'll put up a subtle signal that we're close to wrapping up. It's so great to see all of you today.
See you. You ready? Okay. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Yolanda Jiggets. I'm the CEO of Park Heights Renaissance, the community quarterback organization coordinating this cross-sector work in the Park Heights community. And I'm here today on behalf of our community and alongside our partners to speak in strong support of the Enough initiative. In Park Heights, we had already adopted a spirit of collaboration over competition as our theory of action. And now Enough is providing us the additional funding to braid and leverage other dollars to strengthen our community ecosystem. And an ecosystem, and it's an ecosystem that we look at as a community-based partners and residents are actually leading and taking participation in the revitalization of their own community. And I see the Enough initiative as a community economic stabilization strategy with children's outcomes at the center. Enough is setting the tone that government and communities cannot keep working from the old playbook, which has not produced the results that any of us see as acceptable for our children and families. Stats show concentrated poverty levels that are not acceptable in the Park Heights community as well as in others. But Enough funding is helping us build durable systems such as performance dashboards, technical assistance partners such as the Family League, and of course it helps improve outcomes for families and reduce long-term costs for the state as these communities become positioned to be models for surrounding communities and neighborhoods, which ultimately contributes to a statewide impact for students and families. So I'm going to be brief and now turn it over to partners so that they can give you the real deal about how Enough is impacting them at the lived experience experience level. I'll turn it over to my partner here to the right.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Tamika Gray, and I am the Executive Director at the Park Heights Community Health Alliance. We are a nonprofit that is based and rooted in Park Heights. We help to quiet minds so adults and youth can focus on their future and improve communities. With enough related support, our organization was able to move beyond ideas and dreams into implementation. We expanded programming, we strengthened operations, and began building real capacity. We expanded accessible wellness and movement programs. In addition to the trauma-informed yoga and meditation that we were already offering, we added stretch band classes for beginners, which brought in residents that are recovering from surgery. One participant, her name is Darlene, she shared that after surgery, she felt discouraged from returning to the gym. But through our program, she safely reintroduced movement into her life, and she's currently rebuilding strength without the fear of re-injury. We also launched our youth art-based healing program, and that's where we use creative expression to support emotional regulation, build confidence, and provide an avenue for healthy stress release. We also introduced certification programs, and we graduated 3 cohorts. So we're developing workforce pathways and pipelines. One of our community members began as just coming to yoga, coming to meditation. But through the certification program, she is now a certified yoga instructor. She's also providing doula services to community members. So this progression shows us what works. And consistent investment allows us to train people, to retain knowledge, and deliver our services to the community. And we want the community to continue to rely on us. Continuity matters, and we can't keep, starting and stopping. We would hate to disappoint our residents and families, so I respectfully urge your favorable support. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yes.
Greetings, Madam Chair and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of the Enough Initiative. My name is Elizabeth Wiseman, and I serve as co-chair of the Pimlico Community Advisory Board, which is a coalition of residents, community leaders, nonprofit partners, and anchor institutions working together to guide redevelopment and revitalization efforts surrounding the Pimlico Race Course and the greater Park Heights community. Our shared goal is clear: to build a safe and thriving community where families can live with stability, opportunity, and pride. Over the past several years, our community has intentionally shifted from working in silos to working collaboratively. Through a collective impact model led by Park Heights Renaissance, we have established a coordinated place-based strategy that aligns resources, strengthens leadership, and centers residents as implementation partners, not simply stakeholders providing feedback. PHR serves as the community quarterback, bringing strategy, partnerships, and accountability together to ensure that investments translate into meaningful outcomes for all families in our communities. This approach is already producing stronger collaboration, clearer priorities, and more effective delivery of services. The state's enough funding has been critical in sustaining this momentum. These resources allow building capacity to fill gaps, coordinate partners, and move from planning to implementation. They support the infrastructure that's necessary to make collaboration real and measurable.
Please, in closing. You're at 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, and what we have learned is very simple. Progress requires consistency. Stop and start funding disrupts trust, delays impact, and weakens community capacity. Reliable, sustained investment allows communities like ours to build long-term solutions rather than short-term fixes. The Enough Initiative ensures that this progress continues. This funding is not just financial support, it is an investment in stability, coordination, and the long-term safety and well-being of the residents that we all serve.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the committee. Thank you again for this opportunity. My name is Bishop Randall, and I'm the founder and the CEO of At the House Incorporated. It's a 501c3 organization based right in the heart of Park Heights. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and strong support of the continuation of the Enough funding and its vital role in stabilizing families, strengthening neighborhoods, and advancing long-term self-sufficiency for children and legacy residents. I have a little twist to mine. I am a Morganite. And my president of my college was just here. I got my master's in social work. And one of my assignments was to do a project at the end of our schooling so that we could solve a problem. And I did it, honestly, just to get out of school. I did it just so that I can look at it. But what I found out was I could not unsee what I saw. I saw that families in Park Heights, which my project was failing. The schools were unable to educate our kids. After-school programs weren't there. And so I took that project and began to work on it for the last 5 years. What Enough has done for me is help me build capacity to reach more kids, to reach more families. We have 290 kids that we have serviced over the last 5 years in after-school programming and summer programming. We have 80 caseloads of families and seniors that we've been working with and families. We also have, and I heard transportation, we also have transportation that we help families get to appointments and do all that they can. The money that Enough has given us has allowed us to do collaborations and has allowed us to increase our business awareness to really thrive. So we thank you for the opportunity, and we hope that you continue to fund the program.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you to everyone on the panel for all that you do. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
And travel safely back to Baltimore.
Thank you.
The next panel we have is it Andrea or Andrea Queen, Larry Miles, and Todd Scott. Are they here with us? Okay, you are, Todd.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I stay at the table?
No,
These are also our community partners.
We'll let it happen.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and committee members. My name is Larry Miles, and I am the president of the Arlington Neighborhood Association. And I support the Enough Initiative program to a length. They helped us in our neighborhood to get the leaders to help us in our associations and build our community up for beautification and different other activities that we need in the neighborhood. And without the Enough Initiative, the neighborhood would be down. So I thank for PHR for their help and leading the neighborhood associations and helping the neighborhood associations with their neighborhood leadership and beautification in the Park Heights community.
Thank you. We're going to start at this corner here. So Anaya, you're on.
Hi, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. Hi, my name is Anaya Campbell. I am a proud graduate of We Rise's first cohort. After joining the program, I've gained a better sense of belonging, self-sufficiency, and another leadership role. My most recent role was transitioning from a member of the program to a facilitator, being able to give back that confidence and financial literacy back to my fellow peers, while also pouring into and setting goals for myself. A current goal I have for myself is to continuously build my credit and save for my first car at 21. This is a goal I had prior to the program, which has become a part of the steps I needed to become financially literate. The steps I have identified to achieve my goal, to become educated on how credit works, then begin to build that credit, making my payments on time and stay consistent, build my income, find several income streams, and maintain good financial habits. I also wanted to say something about the higher ed. I am currently one of those students that President Wilson talked about. I have to take a break from school right now. Don't have the funds to pay for school, so I just wanted you to keep that in mind.
Hello, I'm Jaheim Cup, a proud graduate of We Rise program. Since I've been in the We Rise program, Mr. Todd and the program has taught me a lot. Therefore, building credit, finances, being on time, how to fill out time sheets, just basically everything. I'm more so in the housing part of the program. Basically, my duty and job is to oversee the students in the housing part of the program. So that's basically my job and my duty. But other than that, I enjoy the program and hope we can keep going. And thank you for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Smith and committee. My name is Todd Scott, founder of the We Rise program. It's a program that focuses on teaching financial acumen and also to teach entrepreneurship and for youth and young students to be self-sufficient. It's very important. When the Enough Initiative, we were partnered and had an opportunity to partner with Park Heights, it became a game changer. We have our program in different parts of the state, but we had a dedicated team to work in Park Heights. We first graduated, when we first went to Park Heights, we had 63 youth between the ages of 13 and 18 that applied to be part of our curriculum. They graduated. We have one of the graduates here, Anaya. She eventually, which is great for us to be sustainable, she took a leadership role and said, when you graduate the next cohort, I want to be a facilitator. And that's what we want to see. So she understands the pieces of that we teach about finance, about being self-sufficient, about credit and understanding business. She did that. Jaheim happens to be in another part of the program. He's from Park Heights. The beautiful thing about how this works, because of the Enough Initiative, we will only be able to give Jaheim a certain amount of hours per week working at our facility where we have a block of houses. But when we received the Enough Initiative, the funding from that, we were able to get his sister to also apply, and she was in the first cohort with Anaya. She's graduated, as well as we have a whole team at Coppin Academy High School, and we're there every Tuesday at Coppin Academy High School, and because of that, Anaya, his sister, we have families now that are involved in the program that are learning about finance. Our curriculum was built and written by Tyrene Green, a distinguished math teacher. She writes curriculum for Johns Hopkins University. Our curriculum is very well built, and we're not just learning about finance, we're learning how to be self-sufficient. A job is not a job, but understanding how to be self-sufficient and be able to maintain and take care of yourselves is very important. And we're so grateful for the Enough Initiative.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I want to say, Anaya, do not be discouraged. I'm the first in my family to graduate from college, and I had to take a break too because it was expensive. But delay is not defeat. So I want first for you to know that every single delegate and every single senator in the MGA does offer scholarships. So if you have not applied for them, please apply for them. And also, if you need any additional guidance around maybe scholarships you might qualify for and didn't know, because sometimes things are either undersubscribed or people don't realize that they're eligible eligible for them, please contact my office. My chief of staff is right here, and I believe Yolanda could help you with that, because we want to make sure that you're tapping into everything that you're eligible for. And so don't be discouraged. I still made it. You'll make it too. And thank you as well, sir, for the work that you're doing. And hi, Todd. Thank you to the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members.
You. And next up, we have Sean Ashworth, Deborah Brooks, Damon Millard, and Lisa Kovacs.
Oh, is it on? Okay, good afternoon, Chair and everyone on the committee. My name is Dr. Sean Ashworth, and I am president of Food for Thought Community Outreach Services, and I'm the nonprofit partner for Enough in the Brooklyn Park community. Because of enough funding, the Brooklyn Park community experienced change that simply would not have happened otherwise. Enough didn't just fund programs, it allowed us to work differently. It gave us the ability to collaborate directly with community schools and county agencies, breaking down silos that too often leave families overwhelmed, disconnected, and unsure where to turn. With this funding, we created meaningful family engagement opportunities, including we do a Wellness Wednesday that's comprised of physical and mental health activities, increased food access, placing these supports directly in the schools and community spaces where families already are. Parents no longer have to navigate multiple systems or wonder who to call. We brought the systems to them, and in doing so, we rebuilt trust. Families are more hopeful, and they have renewed belief in the systems designed to support them. Lots of good things that have been happening, but one moment that captures the enough is during our Wellness Wednesday at Park Elementary, where a parent actually had never attended a school event. She was there at Wellness Wednesdays, struggling to support her young child's behavior, didn't know where to turn. That single conversation led her to our Birth to 5 classes at the library next door. Over time, she became a participant, a volunteer at Wellness Wednesdays, and today she serves as a trusted connector to other families. That shift from isolation to leadership happened because Enough made school feel welcoming, safe, and human. Enough also has begun to reduce barriers created by the district and state systems by aligning schools, nonprofits, and county agencies around the same table. Services are coordinated instead of fragmented, and trust instead of frustration. Enough works. It strengthens the partnership between home and school, supports the whole child, builds community capacity, not dependency. My call to action is simple. Continue to fully fund Enough so families remain hopeful, trust the system, and our students and communities can continue to thrive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
Greeting, Madam Chairperson Smith and
Gotta be
Vice
faster.
Chair. I'm sorry.
Ladies first.
I'm sorry. Thank you on behalf of the community of Patapsco Park or Pumphrey. My name is Raymond Seal Johnson. I'm also a graduate of Morgan State University, and I have been a resident of this community and Anne Arundel County for more than 7 decades. I serve as a resident council member of the Community of Hope and the membership, and I am a member of the Taxpayers Improvement Association of Patapsco Park, celebrating its 103rd year as a homeowners association. Our community was established around 1832, 31 years before the Civil War, is geographically located in the northernmost tip of Anne Arundel County. It represents one of the oldest enclaves in Anne Arundel County. Presently, the shortest route between 95 and 695 for various forms of transportation is through our community on Belgrove Road. Daily, this happens as a result of the collapse of the Key Bridge. Since 1963, we have also been given the 21225 zip code with the first 3 digits 212 associated with Baltimore City, even though we pay taxes to Anne Arundel County. We've paid these taxes for generations, and it has led to a form of redlining that has affected our insurance rates and various domestic and emergency services. Unfortunately, there have been numerous instances where dispatchers have struggled to find our resident in emergencies. The impact of the Governor Westmore's Enough Act, or as I call it, the prophetic smoke that can bring healing fire. It has restored our faith and hope in our state and local government's ability to recognize, respond, revitalize, and reform the conditions based on evidential research that certifies our needs. This blueprint for transformation will allow the investment that fully funding will create to bring about the mission and objective that will allow this potential and power to repair a breach that has for too long stood in the way of the needs of the community for the entire Brooklyn Park area and its Band-Aid attempts at remedies. Civic engagement has improved as our engaged residents begin to sense a sign of a prophetic view that could wrap itself around our community with long-term healing results during our strategic planning sessions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Whoever's fastest can speak now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Dr. Brooks. I serve as the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success in Baltimore City. And from the onset of the Enough initiative, I've worked in close partnership with our local management board, the Family League, in bringing together community-based organizations to first talk about what the Enough initiative is, and then working cross-collaboratively with those. The best way to reduce child poverty is to work with the people who live in the community in organizations that are already serving them. Each of those organizations were doing great work, but some were doing it separately, and they were working in silos. The Enough initiative creates opportunities to increase cross-collaboration, data sharing, planning together, and aligning resources with community leaders, city schools, city and state government, which means fewer gaps in services and clear pathways for families who need support. The Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success meets with the grantees as well as the GOC and our local management board partner, Family League, to try to reduce those systemic barriers that you talked about earlier that has always created some barriers for our communities, and to be able to allow them access to resources to improve outcomes for our youth and their families. Funding the Enough initiative means sustaining a community-driven system that turns public dollars into safer neighborhoods, healthier families, stronger schools, and economic opportunity. Enough works because it centers resident voice, strengthens local leadership, and connects systems. In Baltimore, that coordination turns funding into real stability for families and real opportunities for children. And as an educator in Baltimore City Public Schools for over 30 years, I have worked in each quadrant as a school leader, as a school community, as a school community leader, as well as now in the mayor's office. And I have seen through this Enough initiatives how we have been able to bring collaboration with the schools, with our community leaders, with our residents, and how this is actually seeing how families are beginning to see real work, real government work happening. And to your point—
Thank you so much. We're a little light on time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I gave you 30 seconds. All right.
Batting up the rear.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Damal Millard, CEO of Family League of Baltimore. We are the local management board for the city. And as you heard from Special Secretary Martin, the work that we do within communities, we see that basically that 1 out of every 3 child lives in poverty. And we're talking about more than 30,000 children in Baltimore alone. I want to give a shout out to all of the community partners that are here today. Park Heights Renaissance. We've been able to, one, utilize strategies that they have applied in terms of supporting our youngest kids when it comes to early learning, home instruction for preschool youngsters, also known as HIPPY, and also been able to scale that not only from Park Heights, but also to Bel Air Edison, as well as to Cherry Hill. And so now Family League is actually the licensing agency to support other communities being able to follow along in the same track. We are really excited about this opportunity for continuing on with technical assistance and capacity building. We've seen this across all of our communities from Park Heights to Cherry Hill, also in terms of Bel Air Edison to Broadway East as well. And so we want to continue this work. We are strong supporters of the governor's budget, and it's about tapping into the existing infrastructure that local management boards already provide to support our most vulnerable families and communities. With that, thank you so much for your time, and actually here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Alexandria, Warwick Adams, Carol Gilbert, Aaron Kaufman, and Sabira Brown.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the subcommittee. For the record, my name is Carol Gilbert, and I am Assistant Secretary and Division Director for Neighborhood Revitalization at Maryland's Department of Housing and Community Development. It's wonderful to have the opportunity to briefly testify on behalf of our Secretary, Jake Day, and convey our enthusiastic support for the budget and the work of the Governor's Office of Children, particularly through its Enough initiative. Our team at the Neighborhood Revitalization Division provides strategic grant support for place-based physical improvements that help communities on the road to thriving. And these include community facilities that serve children and their families, such as Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCAs, rec centers, daycare facilities, and yes, even community laundries. And of course, affordable housing. We have worked very closely over the last year plus with the GOC's Enough teams, and we really find that they are indispensable in connecting the dots across local agencies with the state agencies and between state agencies. In particular, we are very active members of the Cherry Hill Tiger team, and we've been able to understand the community's vision for a set of parcels that are underutilized and could be better utilized for the community goal of increasing housing, particularly affordable home ownership. So in the past 6 months or so, we've been able to utilize and pledge support for purchase of certain parcels and also positioning the lead local agents, nonprofit, Cherry Hill Strong, to participate in the future of the other two parcels that have vacant city schools. And through our Baltimore Vacants Reinvestment Initiative, we are pledging to demolish schools that the community wants to see demolished and repurposed for different purposes. Other parts of our agency, including our homeless services team, our Division of Business Development, and our Just Communities teams are also fully engaged with the Enough team. And we thank you for your support.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Sabira Brown, and I'm here on behalf of Urban Strategies, Inc. to express my strong support for continued investment in the Enough grant. Since 2012, Urban Strategies has been working in Perkins, Somerset, and Old Town, and since 2022 in Greater Greenmount and Central Baltimore. We partner directly with over 450 families, listen to their priorities, and remove barriers to education and economic mobility. Enough has allowed us to expand what's already working. We've invested over $20,000 in one-on-one tutoring at our community school, and this upcoming cycle has allowed us to create even more mobile tutoring options for families that need it. This funding has also allowed us to bring together over 200 PSO residents and 11 partner organizations, including the health department, mental health providers, workforce development, and connect families directly to services that they have been seeking. Before our additional tutoring support, we had a student with no reading aid outside of school hours. Through our remote tutoring, she went from struggling to identify letters to now sounding out and spelling complete words. Her tutor said now she lights up when she gets a word right, and now we're able to continue this tutoring support for another school year because of this funding. Most importantly, Enough has enabled more strategic partnerships. It's helped us bring in awesome programs like Port Discovery's Early Development Parent Program to even more families who didn't know it existed, and increasing parents' skills to support their child's early learning and development and reading. We're expanding this model with partners like our Housing Authority properties in our footprint and even to additional community schools. This coordinated, evidence-based approach strengthens our work with Baltimore City Schools, the YMCA, universities, and faith organizations. When one community thrives, Maryland thrives. And so this place-based investment works when they're coordinated, evidence-informed, and of course rooted in community trust. And Enough funding is an investment in Maryland's workforce, economic stability, and our future prosperity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Warwick-Adams. I serve as the CEO of Elevate Baltimore, and I'm honored and privileged to testify in support of the Enough initiative. This initiative is more than just a policy proposal or a fiscal note. It is a proven framework that's already transforming communities like Sandtown, Harlem Park. In partnership with our community leadership, Elevate is leveraging the Enough funding to directly invest in people, build shared infrastructure while recognizing that communities already hold the expertise needed to transform their community. The Enough at 21217 initiative, like many Enough program communities, is rooted in the belief that the residents and youth are co-leaders and designers of solutions, not recipients of temporary programs. For Sandtown Harlem Park, our focus is improved educational opportunities, business development, workforce development, housing stability, and community safety. Elevate proudly serves as the community quarterback, providing infrastructure and the coordination needed to bring partners together and sustain long-term change, while co-developing a shared table for decision-making and breaking down silos that have historically prevented resources from reaching neighborhoods most impacted by disinvestment. We know that in lean times, it is important to look at leveraged impact. And in Sandtown and Harlem Park, we're seeing a lot happening in just a few months. Technical assistance is being provided to community-based partners. Formalized partnership arrangements have been made. We have also seen our Youth Leadership Council come together and develop a white paper on their community perspective, complete with action items, one of which the community has quickly adopted. The Youth Voice and Vision Fund is launching this month, centering youth leadership through micro-grant making with community impact. The Business Roundtable is bringing together local business partners and committed vendors that are looking at shared outcomes and community collaboration. We are also not thinking just about our young people, but our seniors, and bringing together the seniors and opportunities, as well as our partners across systems with WNATA. Thank you so very much for your time, and pleasure meeting everyone.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Aaron Kaufman with the Central Baltimore Partnership, another Enough Initiative grantee serving a 5-neighborhood and 3-school geography along the disinvested Greenmount Avenue corridor in Baltimore City. We've leveraged the state's investment with a 2-to-1 philanthropic match, and I wanted to share a few wins that demonstrate the value of this initiative. This year, our direct coordinated investments on top of community school investments helped to avoid a closure at one of our elementary schools. Various investments that supported that included early learning supports like Bedtime in a Box for all pre-K families and Port Discovery early learning programs, a pre-K marketing campaign with Wide Angle Youth Media to help boost enrollment for our in-school pre-K program for next year, engagement design and initial fundraising around a tot lot, and capital fundraising efforts on 2 critical housing projects near the school. These investments collectively contributed to deferral of that closure decision, which we know can be devastating for community outcomes. Second, we know that access is oftentimes not enough, and navigation support is needed for highly burdened families. The Leadership Collaborative engages Urban Strategies, Inc., who you just heard from, a nationally recognized data-driven upward mobility community partner to provide one-on-one case management and navigation support for 75 single head of household families within our district with a goal of getting to 150. Investment in this partnership since its launch has led to increases in household income of 18% and ensures the family experience informs our broader barrier removal and community development efforts. And over the next year, some of those coordinated efforts will engage innovative partnerships like bringing in the Low-Income Investment Fund to complete a study on how we can add 150 childcare slots, or working with a cohort of 6 local developers to reduce a focus neighborhoods, 170 vacant properties, and increase viable units, 20 plus units a year in partnership with our DHCD folks. Supporting city DOT in a safe routes to school plan around Cecil Elementary School, or expanding resident connection to food as medicine programs with our partner MedStar Health. And so it's this intersectional network of influence that will continue to bring resources with caregivers at the forefront. And we appreciate the support to date and strongly support continued support and continued funding going forward. Thank you so much.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today. Safe travels back home. The next panel up is Ramasil Johnson, S. Danielle Brodka, Charmaine Turner, and Kara Dukes. And I apologize if I have mispronounced your name. Please say it properly for the record.
Just you and me, babe. All right.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith and members of the committee. I am Charmaine Turner with the Y in Central Maryland, and we serve as the quarterback agency for the Greater Waverly community. At the heart of the Enough grant is something that cannot be rushed, outsourced, or mandated: trust. In our work across 3 neighboring communities, we began by doing what communities have too often been denied. We slowed down, we listened, and we built relationships before we built programs. Through Enough, the Y as the quarterback agency, along with 22 other agencies, intentionally are building trust across neighborhoods that have historically worked in silos. We are bringing residents, schools, nonprofits, and public partners to the same table, not to be informed, but to co-create. The trust is what is going to make this work. We are investing in a shared understanding by examining root causes of poverty, disinvestment, and systems misalignment so that we are not just responding to the symptoms, but designing solutions together. With strong technical assistance, we are learning how to braid community wisdom with the city, state, and philanthropic resources to get the work done well and sustainably. We are working in partnership with 3 schools, supporting them in achieving goals along with Maryland's, that are aligned with Maryland's blueprint for the future. Enough adds to the power of community schools by providing community partners with greater capacity to support students and families. The impact is already tangible. Children are participating in paid apprenticeships that Ojeda shared with you earlier with Mervo students who are actually, not only they are in apprenticeships, but they're also on an apprenticeship track for childcare, right? To be childcare workers, because just as much as we have the concern about slots, we have a concern with workers as well. And so in the middle school.
In conclusion, my dear friend, just in conclusion.
In conclusion, I'd just like to say that this is not a pilot, this is a pathway, and with continued investment, it is a model for sustainable regional change across the state of Maryland. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. I am Lisa Kovacs. Me and Ms. Ramasil flip-flopped since she is our resident Yep. So I am the Enough Initiative Manager at the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, which is Anne Arundel County's local management board. Since the introduction of Enough in 2024, I have been working with a group of resident community leaders to address childhood poverty and economic mobility in Brooklyn Park in Anne Arundel County. I grew up in Brooklyn Park, and I have firsthand knowledge of the challenges families face every day. I am here to share support for enough funding in next year's budget. As a local management board, we are already doing the work of Enough through our place-based initiatives. The Enough initiative has helped us bring residents to the table, access more dollars, and braid and blend funding to match enough dollars. Through the Enough Required Needs Assessment, we have talked to thousands of Brooklyn Park residents to understand their needs and available resources. We now have a clear path through our neighborhood action plan to fill those needs and gaps. The residents of Brooklyn Park have been ignored for far too long. They're just in the news because no one's shoveling the snow in their neighborhood. The Enough initiative has allowed us to shine a light on their needs and strategize a completely different future for the neighborhood. Please fully fund Enough in the FY27 budget so we can continue our work to lift communities out of poverty and to create economic mobility. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. I apologize, I didn't realize the flip-flop, but appreciate that you both could participate today. Any questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you so much, appreciate you. Just want to double check, is Kara Dukes here? Okay, just wanted to double check. And then also, is S. Danielle Brodka here? Okay. Next, do we have Eduardo Velasquez? And Deborah Hudson Vornbrock. Zivel Nottingham Lemon. Okay, looks like it's you, Eduardo.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith and delegates. My name is Eduardo Velasquez, and I'm the Director of Learning and Evaluation at Latin American Youth Center, also known as LAYC. And we are an Enough grant recipient in Prince George's County. And so as a Track 2 award grant recipient of the Enough Initiative, LAYC had an extraordinary opportunity to apply a collective impact approach in Prince George's County, and we've leveraged our longstanding partnerships to do so. Through the Enough Initiative, LAYC has convened 21 partners, including PG County Public Schools, local government agencies, and community-based organizations that have deep ties to the neighborhoods that we serve. What made this ecosystem powerful was not just the number of partners, it was the credibility that each organization had with the community and the web of services that were more closely woven together. To align our approach with the more pressing needs facing residents, we developed a needs assessment and an action plan that was informed directly by residents and reflected their experiences. We reached over 650 community members through surveys and focus groups, and it identified real barriers, real assets, and produced clear investable strategies. This is really what community-driven partnership looks like, and the Enough investment is what allowed us to do that. To continue this work, we need your continued investment, and this budget proposal would support the implementation of a community vision laid out in our neighborhood action plan, serving over 2,000 residents in areas including food security, education, health, and economic mobility. We're speaking here just to share our appreciation. We thank you for your time, leadership, and your continued commitment to the well-being of the communities that we all serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for him? Seeing none, is there anyone who signed up to testify that maybe stepped out, didn't hear their name?
We have one more community member that we didn't bring up in the panel.
No
Is that
problem.
okay
That's
for him to
fine.
come up?
That's fine. Hello, sir.
Hello. Thank you. This is an honor to be before you, Madam Chair and committee. Excuse me. My name is Michael Gaines, and I am the president of Bridges Community Development in Park Heights. And I also serve as associate pastor at Manna Bible Baptist Church. Our church has actually been in the community for 60 years. And my brother is the senior pastor, and under his leadership, we launched this nonprofit. We've been in existence for 10 years, and I have to say in the last 5 years since this lady has been running PHR, We have seen tremendous efforts in collaboration, working as partners to redevelop our community. With their help, we are expanding access to food. Park Heights is one of the, unfortunately, poorest communities in Baltimore City. And we have a food pantry where people come and stand in 20-degree weather because they're hungry. Because of the Enough grant, we've been able to increase the amount of food that we can distribute. We now serve 6 senior centers, delivering food to them. And so we implore you. In fact, the Bible says that we beseech you on behalf of the residents of Baltimore and Park Heights to continue this funding. And thank you for the opportunity to share. You have my written testimony. I forgot to click on the vote, but thank you for the opportunity to testify before you.
No, thank you for being here. And I just want to make sure I heard correctly. The name of the church, is it Manna?
Manna, correct.
So I mean, you should be doing food, right? I mean,
that's right.
That's the name of your church. But thank
Food
you for
from
all
heaven.
that you're doing and
That's
the
right.
community. It's greatly appreciated. And I'm glad we were able to hear about your program. So thank you so much for being
Yes,
here.
thank
And
you.
thank you for ensuring that we were able to hear his voice.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the
Madam.
public that signed up and didn't hear their names called? Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Eisnerich, and I am the chair of the Maryland Association of Local Management Boards and the administrator of the Howard County Local Management Board. So I'm here on behalf of the association to support the governor's proposed budget for the Governor's Office for Children, the Enough Act, and the Children's Cabinet Interagency Fund, which supports all 24 local management boards across the state of Maryland. Our structure is unique and is nationally recognized. We're supported by the state's Children's Cabinet, a coordinating office within the Governor's Office for Children, and 24 local boards that mirror the state cabinet at the community level. This structure strengthens interagency coordination, elevates local voice, and ensures that state investments reach the children and families that they're intended to serve. In the early 2000s, local management boards were funded at approximately $47 million statewide. More than 20 years later, despite rising poverty rates, reduced federal support, and a dramatic increase in the cost of living, local management boards now receive just $21 million across 24 jurisdictions. This level of funding is no longer sufficient to meet the sustained and growing needs of Maryland families. Prior to the pandemic, we were serving just under 250,000 Maryland families, and today that number exceeds 500,000. And 5 years after the pandemic, demand for services has not receded, and it continues to grow. Without additional resources, local management boards cannot adequately respond to the scale of need in our communities. And at the same time, the federal funding landscape remains uncertain, and reductions continue to place additional strain on state and local systems, as you know. Yet we are consistently demonstrating that we're nimble, innovative, and strategic. We leverage partnerships, braid funding, and create efficiencies across agencies and community stakeholders to maximize impact. These qualities are just as critical today as they were when the model was first created, and we can transform outcomes of Maryland's children, youth, and families, but the challenges facing our communities, as you've heard today, are mounting, and local capacity must keep pace. So for these reasons, the association is very adamantly supporting the governor's budget, but we also introduced HB 680, which incrementally increases the Children's Cabinet Interagency Fund over the next 4 fiscal years to reach $30 million by 2030. We have a significant responsibility to meet these needs across the state of Maryland at the same time when service gaps and community challenges are expanding. So we respectfully request your support for the governor's budget, the Enough Act, and the Children's Cabinet Interagency Fund. Thank you.
No, thank you for all that you do. Thank you for everyone that stayed through a very long day. This is what every budget hearing's like for us. It's a lot of good information about things that are happening across our state. So I'm glad you were able to see some things that maybe otherwise you wouldn't have had an opportunity to see. But for those of you who spoke and for those who were here to support, we thank you for your service and your commitment in the community. And we stand with you, and we have a lot of hard decisions to make, but we're going to make the best decisions in the furtherance of our Marylanders, the people we represent. And so we just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you do. And that concludes today's budget hearings.